From this side. Breathe. Would you just please go tell them to switch it on?
This camera.
Sorry. Right there.
Oh.
Can you tell them to switch on? Yeah. Delegates, distinguished guests, could you kindly be making our way into the auditorium? The program is about to start in the next few minutes. We're already running a little bit behind schedule. We want to make sure that we are ahead and we catch up to time. So those that are still outside, those that are kindly making their way inside, could we just get into the auditorium? Let's take our seats so that we may begin the program in just a moment. And those that are already inside the auditorium, could we be making our way to have a seat? In about the next 5 minutes or so, we should be beginning. Those that are still having breakfast and my voice or the sound of my voice actually reverberates across to you, this is your 5-minute warning that we're about to start the program. Please do not let me start without you. I want everybody to be included in the conversations that we're about to have this morning. So 5 minutes, and could delegates begin to take their seats? Could they start coming inside, settling down so that we may begin with the program? Thank you so much.
这样好点吗？不然你得看这儿。好的。
Invite everybody, all the speakers on yesterday. Whoever is here must come. No one is.
All right, delegates, distinguished guests, could we kindly be making our way to our seats? We're about to begin with the program for this day 2 session. Still to see some delegates moving around the auditorium. Could we kindly be making our way to our seats so that we may begin with the program? Thank you so much. Right, delegates, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol was extensively observed yesterday by our executive trustee, Mrs. Kuku, especially those that are joining us as their day one. Of course, it's our day 2, but their day 1 of the Halima Motlanthe Foundation 4th Annual Drakensberg Inclusive Growth Forum. Now, I'm the type of facilitator who likes a conversation and would like interaction from the podium. So, first of all, give yourselves a round of applause for making it to 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock this morning. You deserve and acknowledge all of your efforts. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Faith Mangope, and it's an absolute honor and an absolute privilege to be facilitating this. Of course, I will be doing so with my colleague, my co-chair. I've just given you a different title. I said my future. My goodness, Professor Ndechana, I don't know what to do more, but much appreciated as well. We will be facilitating the discussions for you. Ladies and gentlemen, just to implore you, all speakers that are going to be taking the podium, my humble request is please can we try to keep time. You all have been allocated time. Some have been allocated 6 minutes, others have been allocated 5 minutes. May I request that we remain within those certain times. When I start moving, as you see me start making my way to the podium, that is your sign to wrap. Now, my history is radio and television, so I know all about rapping. Please do not make me turn off your microphone because I'm quite well astute to do so. So much appreciated as well for this morning. And more than anything else, colleagues, may I kindly also request that as we engage with the conversations, we do so with action in mind. This is not a conversation where we get to just have the stimulus of intellectual morphine. I call it intellectual morphine, where we get high off intellectual morphine, but can we really be unctioned into action? Now, speaking about being unctioned into action, yesterday, as my colleague, Professor Ndechana, was actually facilitating the conversations regarding the state of the country, we've had different delegates request to actually have a Q&A session with you in the room, so that we're able just to get a little bit of perspective in terms of what is the way forward. And in so doing, we're going to conclude yesterday's proceedings by inviting back onto the podium, of course, our delegates who were part of the conversation, and we're going to take a round of questions. So those that were in the room yesterday, thumbs up, is that okay? So we get to have those moments where we get to thumbs up, everyone. There we go. See, now you're understanding interaction. So we're going to have that kind of conversation, get to ask the questions because a lot of information was shared. So may I kindly request His Excellency, former President Halima Motlanthe, came a patron, to make his way to the podium. May I also request the Minister of Finance, Mr. Enoch Godongwana, as well, to make his way to the podium. May I also request the former Deputy Minister of Finance, MTN Chairperson, Mr. Ndabisi Jonas, Professor Nick Benedel, also, can you come up to the podium? Professor Temba Maseko, could you also come onto the podium as well? All those that were part of the conversations yesterday. And we're not going to spend too much time on it. And may I also request those that are within the room, please make sure that the roving mics are within reach, so that we may be able to ask and facilitate for the different conversations and the questions that were posed yesterday. So it looks as though you were back on the spotlight. Those that have got the roving mics, could we just kindly be ensuring that the roving mics just make their way to our delegates and to our guests as well? Prof, also, won't you just assist me there? Okay. Prof, I'm going to let you also just take over from here.
So that they also know.
All right, delegates have just been informed we've got about 20 minutes for this particular session. So I do not want us to waste any time. Let's maximize on the guests that are sitting before us here on the panel. May I kindly request for the first round of questions and to move through it quite quickly. Is that okay? So, sir, you will be 1. Can I have a 2? 2. All right, 3. Anybody else in the room? Okay, so it's 1, 2. Okay, maybe let's start there. So won't you introduce yourself and then obviously direct the question.
My name is Valia Musa. My question is for Tedesi Jonas. Last year, when I heard him speak here, he made a big thing of his idea of a national convention. This time, I thought he would be building on that idea, but I didn't hear him mention that. What's happened to that idea he said? Has he changed his mind about it? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Musa. Let's go to this side. A hand has been raised. Yep, very quickly. Right, sir. We can't hear you. Point the microphone just directly to your mouth, please. We can't hear you up here on the podium. Would you just kind of assist? There we go. That's perfect.
Thanks to this important annual brainstorming presentation. I'd like to take my cue from this contractor who concluded with a poem asking us to put on our beautiful thinking hats. I therefore would like to ask the Minister of Finance about the Treasury's macroeconomic policy. According to one of the graphs you showed last night, post-COVID growth trend is settling at a lower than the pre-COVID growth trend. This is more specifically stated in the Treasury IMF World Bank projection to 2026 that shows that the outlook for the economy is average growth of 1.5% over the next 4 years. The unemployment rate is going to increase to 38.3%, and here there will be a rise in the debt GDP ratio from 75% to 83%. Now, my question is, if that's the outlook for the economy with the policies you're suggesting, then what outcome of the current season outlook should the country find appealing? It is not and will not be growing, it will not help economic growth, it will not lower the unemployment rate, it will not even lower the GDP ratio. Now, the bottom line is there a silver lining in current macroeconomic policy in terms of growth and employment?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. I just want to see if I can take another two before we hand it over to our podium. Sir, at the back there, please, won't you just assist? That's three. Okay, we've got, and that on that side as well. We'll take 4. And then we'll pause for now. Go ahead, sir.
It's from the east, as you said yesterday. My question is to Mr. Enoch Godoma. The slide where we pass by and look at where we come from, some say 10 years ago, even 2 years ago, all of the numbers are in the right direction. From 1996, even right up to say 2011, 96, even right up to say 2011. But then from there, you start seeing the numbers going the opposite direction. And so my question is, when we speak of state capacity, clearly at some point it was there, we were going in the right direction. How do we ensure that we get that state capacity back? Political space. How will we ensure that geopolitics don't get weaponized in a way that our own macroeconomic decisions are affected? By this I mean, what if we are forced to choose between Israel and Palestine again, like we're forced to choose between Russia and Ukraine? How do we insulate ourselves from this type of policy decisions by geopolitical events?
Thank you very much, Mr. Piri. Let's go to Ndate Badi right there. All right, we'll pause the questions here. We'll give our delegates an opportunity to respond, and then we'll take another round of questions very quickly.
This is a piece of finance. What if our objective measurements were to focus on how we are performing on education, how we are performing on youth poverty, and how we are performing on the social outcomes, which is our agenda there, rather than pursuing the agenda for debt to GDP ratio, inflation targeting, and so on, is that target of those not indirect the cost of a declining outcome in the social impact.
Thank you. Perhaps let's start off with answering some of those questions. Finance, maybe we should start from this side. His Excellency, let's start with you, and then of course we'll go around the room. I think the Finance Minister gave us all a very sleepless night. When you see us all with bags under our eyes because of the nightmare you painted yesterday, but perhaps let's start off with you, President. Let's take a photo.
Thank you very much. We've just agreed with the Minister of Finance that I should answer the question on the capacity of the state. Now, very briefly, the weaknesses in our state are traced back to the Public Service Act, because the Public Service Act determines how senior managers in the state are selected. And the Constitution vests the authority to appoint those senior managers in the president, but the president delegates that responsibility to ministers. And the practice is that a minister who has a vacancy at the senior management level advertises the vacancy, and the interviewing panel is basically made of that minister and two colleagues from cabinet and a DG from a different department. And the practice is that half the time the minister already knows who they want to appoint. And so the process lacks transparency and rigor. So the nub of the weaknesses in the state, that the selection procedures which are delegated to ministers, that's where the real weakness is in terms of building a state with capacity that can be, empowered with institutional memory. So, how to remedy that? The idea was that the president should delegate that authority to the Public Service Commission, and on the proviso that Public Service Commission would not itself act as an interviewing panel, but would establish ad hoc interviewing panels made up of experts and practitioners in the area where a vacancy exists. And the idea is that those who are selected through that procedure should then be appointed on a permanent basis, because the real weakness in the state at this point in time is that you have a high turnover at senior management level, and therefore the state itself is unstable. You can't have a state that is determined by the short term of 5 years at a time. And so to create that capacity, that's what should happen. A national state, and that should then be replicated right down to the third tier of government, which is local government. Otherwise, we would forever have the political principles seen to be interfering or giving instructions to the implementers, which is the administration. Thank you very much.
Well, you got the convention, yeah. I'm comfortable. I suspect you got a convention. Then I said, we are chilling. Let me start with Conrad Asker. When your microphone, we were struggling with my microphone. I said, please help me. I know he's coming to me. The issue about the debate about South Africa's economy is so acrimonious in such a manner that we sometimes fail to find each other. Ricardo Hausman makes the point that there's a tendency in Africa to focus on the macro side and ignore the micro issues. I quote him with approval because what are the challenges that we're facing, which I outlined yesterday, which have impacted on this economy? They are micro issues. Micro issues, which is ESCOM, Transnet, a whole range of other issues. Irrespective of what macroeconomic framework you can, whatever macroeconomic framework you can design, in the absence of electricity, in the absence of logistics, it won't work. So is it not the issue that we resolve the micro issues in order to focus on how then we can deal with the macroeconomic issues? I think that's where the dilemma is. I want to submit that the challenge we face are macro issues, and I agree with Ricardo Hausman. Former president have dealt with the state capacity, but I want to add two complicating matters in that period the gentleman was referring to. Two complicating factors. You are employing this and undermining this capacity. Your employment process is not helpful. But in the context of that, two issues which impacted us, not helpful. But in the context of that, two issues which impacted on that. And at about the same time as we're going on, two issues coincided. The global financial crisis in 2008 and the electricity outages, which became a complicating factor. The second complicating factor we must not underestimate was still feeling the impact of it, state capture, which complicated the skills issue the president is referring to. Those two issues complicated our problem during that period. The third area is a political economic question. It's difficult to lump Russia, Ukraine, and Israel, Palestine into the same pot because they are definitely distinct questions. In the case of Palestine, let me start with Russia. And non-alignment does not necessarily mean you don't have a position. I think we've outlined our position in respect of the sovereign integrity of every country. And then we did so, even in the case of the Ukraine-Russia conflict. But we took a non-aligned position. In the case of Palestine, matters are complicated. Are complicated by the fact that we've always been on the side of the Palestinians in respect of the challenges they face of being rooted out of their own country. We believe that the root cause, the attack by Hamas was a trigger of an already existing challenge. That's why people are saying we want a two-state solution. If you look at what Israel is doing at the moment, is to push the Palestinians completely out of Palestine by pushing them to the south in order to go to the borders of Egypt, and eventually there are no Palestinians in Palestine. I don't think in that environment we can take a neutral stance. Does it have any implications for the economy? It's difficult to say at this stage. But the Russian conflict, and when we've outlined yesterday in terms of its impact on a number of things, including some commodity products. Last question, which I agree with, from Dr. Padilmo. Should we not be using objective measures such as outcomes on social outcomes? The answer is yes. The difference between the two of us is to counterpose the two. And say, debt to GDP is not an issue. Whatever the debt can rise as much as we can, don't focus on that, focus on the social outcomes. The ballooning debt will also deprive you of the resources that are going to help you to achieve these objective social outcomes. I think if we're saying, how can we do, we may need some educated people to, including yourselves, to help us about that. How can we utilize both macroeconomic stability, but at the same time achieve social outcomes, which are far better than we achieve today. I think if the conversation takes that direction, I suspect we can easily find each other in that sense. We all want better social outcome. By the way, is our performance in education as a result of resource allocation, or is it a result of some other things? Is our funding of education less than our competitive economies? Why would math outcomes in Zimbabwe be better than ours? Is Zimbabwe having better resources, putting more resources on education? Is there not something else with impact on these social outcomes? That's a conversation we should have. That's a conversation we should have. Again, I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you very much, facilitator of the session. Can I start off, Comrade Valley, by just saying that my first proposal was going to be that, as different from the previous conferences we held here, maybe towards the end of this particular gathering, we put together a Drakensberg minute, which becomes a consensus document about what kinds of actions we want to explore, but also I think the kinds of steps we want to take to try and fix our country. So that was one proposal I was going to make, and I think it would be good that we kind of pull a team here to work on that, so that by the time we come to an end, we actually have kind of concretized the kinds of actions we are proposing. The second point, I think, was going to be that part of that should be the exploration of a possibility of a national convention. I still strongly believe, I mean, all evidence show, I don't think empirical evidence is looking us in the face. The presentation by the minister yesterday talked to the same point, it shows the same point, that actually our problem is fundamentally political. And that at the core of that problem is the absence of national consensus in the country. There's also a problem of the absence of a national vision that binds us all. So we've become so fractious to a point where actually nothing is left uncriticized or supported by all. And to run an agenda of transformation, you do need society to act together, to be bound together, at least in a vision of where we want to get to. And that's the purpose of calling together a national convention. But let's also accept another reality, that the credibility, basically, the credibility of political structures, the credibility of government is probably at its lowest. It has been improving, but let's face it, it has not reached the level at which all of us can stand here and say, we actually think that we have what we could call a good government that we can depend on. Failure on electricity, water, and basic services is a continual process. The killings on tenders and hits and all of this crime are a problem that continue to eat into the credibility of government. And of course, political parties generally across the, and it's political parties across the board, because coalitions are demonstrating actually that the problem is not just an ANC problem. It is a problem across the board. So one of the ways in which we try to pull society together once more would be to pull together a national conversation in a national convention to try and map out a new vision. This is not seen as a regime change, because that's not what we're arguing. It's not as if those who are calling for this are trying to break into the broken window, into the political space. No, that's not the purpose of this thing. It is about ensuring that we bring back South Africans across the board, back into action, in united action, in pursuit of a common goal. So again, President Kgalema Kulwa, I would say that part of what we should think through is how to convene that, and what are the key constituent elements of that process. And I think that you have huge progressive elements in ANC, in the new parties that are being formed across the board. I think we'll have to pull all of those together in a conversation about a new vision for the country. I don't think it's about finding a new president or finding a new minister. The system is broken. And to fix the system, you need credibility. You need action. You need everybody believing that you are committed to the process. No amount of PR will take us there. And that's the point I still make. I hope that as part of that Drakensberg minute, we'll actually look at the mechanics, firstly, what it will seek to do, how to convene it, how to mobilize our fractious elements of our society behind in support of such a convention. That probably should be the preoccupation of this, one of the preoccupations of this conference. I thank you.
Imam Program Director, one thing, you made me worried. You said you didn't sleep.
I did not.
So I want everybody who didn't sleep like her to tell you the following: on Wednesday, you'll sleep well.
All right, it looks as though we've concluded this session. I see all of your hands. I do acknowledge. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request with absolute humility that we do move on with the program, just simply because of timekeeping. We're already running really behind schedule, and I want to make sure that everybody gets an opportunity to say their piece this morning into the afternoon session. Delegates, thank you so much, our panelists, for joining us. Please give them another round of applause as they make their way down from the podium. Angin-tot.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I went to sleep well.
I'm going to try. Thank you so much. Delegates, just to give you a little bit of insight in terms of how this session will particularly work, we're going to call up onto the podium different speakers who then will be articulating, especially when it comes to the theme that encompasses particularly this morning's session regarding future-proofing our economies, as well as the role that different countries' economies are playing in order to achieve this. This is looking from the agricultural sector, where we get to hear from the Arab Bank for Economic Development, right up until to where we've got the People's Republic of China is going to be speaking about. And then after our esteemed guests speak and take to the podium, we'll then have our respondents, and we'll open up the forum once again for that Q&A session. So I'm hoping we're all clear. We'll try to make it as quick as possible. My humble request once again, delegates, those that will be speaking, please keep within the time that you have been allocated. Ladies and gentlemen, to kick off this session for this morning, please welcome Dr. Fatima Al-Sheikh, who is the Strategic Advisor for the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa, to talk a little bit about the role of Badia as well as agriculture and the food security program. Thank you so much for joining us. Please give a round of applause as she makes her way up.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. Former President Motlanthe, my dear friend Gugu Motlanthe, and the friend of Badia, distinguished ministers, deputy ministers, ambassadors, all protocol observed. Good morning, and a very good morning to you, and thank you so much for having me as the first speaker while the coffee is still on its peak. So that should make my job a little bit easy. Badia, the Arab Bank for Economic Development of Africa, and I'm trying to find the prompter. Yeah. Why do you need a bank like Badia, actually, in Africa? I just thought of starting with this stimulating figure. This is actually the amount of money of development finance that the continent needs per year. And you can see that it's a huge amount of billions, and no single financial institution is able to meet. No single country is able to access this amount of funding without going through the challenges of the development finance institution, the structural reform, the debt threat. What we've heard from His Excellency the Minister is not a particular issue of South Africa necessarily. Every country has its own specificity. I think the challenge is across the continent. If you wish, the RAT came together with the notion that we have to have a shared prosperity with Africa. There is also an issue of mutual benefit and complementarity. African countries that are, including some of them that are actually, has the potential of a lot of food security and production. Most of the GCC countries does not have that leverage because of nature. So they were blessed with oil. We were blessed in the continent with a lot of productivity capacity, including the human capital, which is in terms of number of population and use. So with that notion, the bank was created and it operated for the last 59 years. But then as the bank evolved, it evolved to become the second highest rated bank in the continent after the African Development Bank by different rating institutions, which brings me later to an issue why it's important for us as the bank to get this rating, because it means that when you're borrowing as a country, you don't have to deal with your own country rating. So we borrow on behalf of the African country. We take that risk and liability. We had a zero default since we had a zero actually write-off of any debt. We didn't need to restructure any of our programs. We had a very good performance, and so far our commitment to the continent stands at around 11 billion. This is just a milestone of how the bank evolved. We were hosted by the government of Sudan at that time by the choice of the Arab League, as Sudan was the gateway for an Afro-Arab identity between the continent and the Arab country. And until the recent eruption of the crisis, the bank moved to Saudi Arabia, being the major shareholder, and also invited the bank at their own cost so that we don't incur in our any cost for the relocation. So we are now operating from Saudi Arabia. Badia's strategy, with the evolution of what the countries want, we have to evolve what we want to do and what we can deliver. So we created a strategy that talks about the next 10 years, starting 2022. But soon as we were creating that strategy, COVID hit the continent. So we had to readjust the strategy itself to make sure that it speaks to the post-pandemic recovery, to the emergency response and other issues. The strategy is structured around 4 pillars, and as you see, the topic that I'm talking about is one of their critical pillars, which is the agricultural value chain. It also focuses on infrastructure, but as a transformative catalytic action for just ensuring that there is a real access to productivity in the continent. And it also focuses on the issue of small and medium enterprises being the catalytic agent for opportunities of job and creation for the youth and women, especially with that special focus. This is just a glance of what we've done last year. We did more than 2 billion last year, and this is distributed by the SDGs, plus whatever we do in terms of the rating and the corporate compliance. Now, I'll dive into the issue of food security. Why was it important for food security? I think for us, you cannot talk about economic growth if you don't have opportunities to leverage the productivity that the continent have in terms of contributing to the global food security. But unfortunately, with the potential of the continent to produce, we did not do much. Last year, the continent suffered from the highest food insecure number of population. We had 46 million of people that were deprived out of basic commodity, which is food. And I think this is the highest share that happened in history in any continent in the world. So if you wish to contribute to what the UN and what we agreed on as countries in terms of the zero hunger and poverty eradication, there is a lot of procedures and processes that goes from the input to stimulating the market, to ensuring that the farmers have the right technology, to connecting the farmers to the market, to ensuring the land titles. There is a huge dynamics that needs to be actually thought of when a country is driving the food security. But when you are looking at it from a continental perspective, one of the comparative advantage that we have in Africa is the diversity. I thought of bringing this because this actually brings the good news to South Africa. If you wish, Morocco is the most better in terms of food security than many countries that are actually bigger economies. If you wish, Nigeria is a very big economy, but they host one of the highest food insecure population. So it does not go, or it does not, food security does not correlate with economic growth. It's actually a deliberate policy of the country to enhance productivity, to enhance affordability and food availability for the people, but also with the social norms changes towards what the people eat. This is also to bring the dispute of the correlation between the productivity and food security versus the economic growth. I didn't want to use the recent economic outlook by the IMF that was produced, but at least this is quite recent, and I did it because this shows, the graph shows a bit of a very interesting comparison if you look at the Nigerian economy and the food security in Nigeria. So as I've mentioned, the regional opportunities are actually very interesting dynamics. Like, for example, if South Africa has the potential of huge productivity of certain agricultural commodity that can contribute to the overall food affordability and stability. We've witnessed that with the Ukraine-Russia conflict. There was a huge change in the prices of agricultural commodity, inputs of agriculture, but also we noticed that there was a lack of availability and disturbance in the supply chain. While the continent can actually do a lot in terms of the inter-African trade, it was impossible for the continent to meet its own basic demands in terms of productivity. We've witnessed this as a bank with the amount of financing we had to avail for the purchase of fertilizers and inputs of agriculture. There was a huge demand, the same ticket size, the same commodity that they used to buy for, let's say, 75 million, they had to double it or increase by 25% because of the increase in the commodity of imports of agriculture input. And that affected the potential of this cluster productivity. These are not exclusive clusters. And I've even added tobacco because it's one of the products. It's not a food secure item, but it's one of the products that the continent had an opportunity of leveraging that for some industry, even if it's not one of our favorite industries and we don't finance it as the bank. So how do you operate in Badia? We operate through 3 distinctive windows: public finance, private finance, and trade finance. And the same. We do look at the specialized sector, and we do look for social dividends in our projects. I think the most interesting part that we've witnessed a huge demand of growth is the private sector. The private sector came as a very strong player in terms of the country's economies. We've noticed that they are able to borrow while some governments are actually having challenges. So that's where we've witnessed a different, and we're even considering introducing a new product of line for state-owned enterprises or sovereign guaranteed private sector borrowing, because that actually allows them to revamp after years of recession. So it's not the state that is taking the liability, but actually a proven concept of private sector investment. They can go for that kind of borrowing. We also have some small funding for SMEs and joint ventures and equity investment. The bank is actually participating in a lot of the regional African bank. One of the strategies that we've witnessed last year, for example, we helped one of the African banks in West Africa, BOAD, which is the economic cluster bank, the specialized bank created by ECOWAS, to increase their capital. And that increase of the capital was a borrowing from the states of the region. And they added to the bank capital, improved the rating. They've successfully multiplied what they've borrowed from the bank to 4 or 5 because of the improved rating of their own bank. Trade finance. Initially, we were doing mostly African Arab trade finance, but then we felt it does not actually help the growth of the continent. The continent needed to trade with itself, so we introduced the inter-Africa trade. Then with the recent 2 years crisis and the COVID, we recognized that there is a strategic commodity that we cannot source out from Africa. We cannot source from the Arab region, so we had to introduce what we call it the strategic commodity financing. This is just a glance of what we do in terms of agriculture and the transformative industries that we look at. We're mainly focusing on the agriculture, transformative industry. Finally, when you see Badia logo, you don't see the $1 that Badia talks about. We have what we call it a Badia multiplier. And for that approach, we created two options. We created a blended finance or a leverage finance from our Arab coordination group. Last year, we did a pledge of 10 billion. I'm very proud that we've managed to actually lend out of that 400 million across different programs last year, from the Badia share to that, which is 1 million. This year in the COP28, we are announcing a new allocation from the ACG group. And for every $1 Badia puts, we can mobilize another $4 from the other Arab financing institution. This is just not an extensive list of what we do in terms of examples of food security. So when we talk about infrastructure, it's the normal infrastructure of irrigation, other financing, trade finance, and as I've mentioned, grants for showing demonstrative effect. And this is highly needed in many of the agriculture transformative technologies. Countries are not experienced in agriculture. South Africa is blessed with being one of the most experienced countries in terms of technology, but I think there is a room for transferring that technologies to other African countries and helping contributing to leveraging the knowledge. I want to take this moment actually to thank His Excellency President Motlanthe for the wisdom he shared with us during the beginning of this year. This year was exceptional in all circumstances for us, but we wanted to have a check and balance meeting, so we needed his voice and wisdom. So I want to take the stage and thank you so much, Excellency, for actually willing to contribute your valuable time, and Madame Motlanthe for all her contribution. They brought a new dimension to our discussion, which is re-emphasized the allocation that we put in food security, but also looking at the inter-African trade with a larger envelope and looking at the opportunities that Africa can actually export. And just to trigger the discussion, we were comparing the price of an avocado from South Africa and when it's exported to UAE, where I live, and it's actually 5 times higher, the one piece of avocado. So you can see that the value chain improvement can actually help the farmers in accessing a more niche markets. Thank you so much, and I'm happy to answer any question. And I think it's one of the countries that actually helps us to learn not to settle for the ordinary. I thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fatima. Much appreciated for that. Delegates, just another friendly reminder as well. Just let's keep within the time. As soon as I come up, that is your signal, please, just to wrap up so that we can just keep within the flow and within the time that we've got allocated. Please help me welcome onto the podium. Next up, His Excellency Ambassador Mr. Chen Jiadong, who is from the Embassy of the People's Republic of China. This is going to be speaking a little bit about future-proof and how exactly we can actually Belt and Road initiatives, and also what the role of connectivity would be in ensuring that we achieve those milestones. Thank you so much. His Excellency, please make your way up.
Thank you, Program Director, Your Excellency, former President Halima Moodlandi, and Madame Gugu Moodlandi, Your Honorable Inuk Goldenwana, Minister of Finance, Your Honorable Ibrahim Fattah, Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition, distinguished guests, dear friend, good morning. It's my great pleasure to attend the Drakensberg Inclusive Growth Forum. In the past 5 years since its inception, the forum has been focusing on inclusive growth, promoting discussion around sustainable development, and gaining more influence in South Africa and beyond. Let me extend warm congratulations to the forum on that. Ladies and gentlemen, this year marks the 10th anniversary of when President Xi Jinping proposed Belt and Road Initiative. The core of this initiative is win-win cooperation and common development, which is highly in line with the theme of the Drakensberg Forum. I would like to take this opportunity to share with you the latest progress of the BRI, as well as Belt and Road cooperation between China and South Africa. Last week, the third Belt and Road Forum for International Cooperation was successfully held in Beijing. President Xi Jinping delivered a keynote speech at the opening ceremony, in which he reviewed the achievements made during the past decade, summed up useful experience, and announced that China will take 8 major measures to support the joint pursuit of high-quality Belt and Road cooperation. The forum is another important milestone in Belt and Road cooperation. There are 4 major highlights. First, high-level and wide participation. Over 20 heads of state or government, the UN Secretary General, and representatives from 151 countries and 41 international organizations attended the forum. A total of more than 10,000 delegates were registered. This grand event once again demonstrated the great appeal and global influence of Belt and Road Initiative. Second, fruitful results. President Xi Jinping announced that China will take 8 major measures to support high-quality Belt and Road cooperation. That include major initiatives to build a multidimensional Belt and Road connectivity network, promote green development, and advance scientific and technological innovation. They also include specific projects on practical cooperation, people-to-people exchanges, and efforts to strengthen institutional building for international Belt and Road cooperation. The forum witnessed 458 outcomes achieved among the participants, and the CEO Forum produced $97.2 billion worth of commercial contracts. Third, A new stage of high-quality Belt and Road cooperation is the most crucial common understanding of the forum. President Xi Jinping pointed out that China will work with all parties involved to deepen Belt and Road partnership and usher this cooperation into a new stage of high-quality development that has been actively echoed and supported by all parties. All participants at the forum agreed to build high-quality, sustainable, and resilient infrastructure to foster an open world economy, to build a digital Silk Road as well as a green Silk Road. Fourth, joint efforts at global modernization are the most ambitious vision put forward at the forum. It was President Xi Jinping who proposed for the first time that all countries need to join hands to pursue global modernization, to enhance peaceful development and win-win cooperation, and bring prosperity to all. This version is in line with the concept of building a community with shared future for mankind and steers a clear direction forward for high-quality Belt and Road cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, over the past decade, Belt and Road cooperation made historic achievement. It paved a road of cooperation, opportunities, and prosperity that leads to common development. Over the past decade, more than 150 countries and 32 international organizations joined the Belt and Road Initiative. More than 200 documents on Belt and Road cooperation have been signed. Nearly $1 trillion worth of investment have been mobilized across over 3,000 projects. The projects created 420,000 local jobs and helped nearly 40 million people in Belt and Road partner countries get off poverty. The fundamental reason why the Belt and Road Initiative succeeds is that it has always adhered to the principle of planning together, building together, and benefiting together. It has always focused on connectivity and actively enhanced policy, infrastructure, trade, finance, and people-to-people connectivity so as to advance win-win cooperation and common development. Ladies and gentlemen, in 2015, South Africa took the lead among African countries in signing a Belt and Road Cooperation MOU with China. In November 2022, President Xi Jinping and President Ramaphosa reached important consensus on boosting the interface between the Belt and Road Initiative and the South Africa Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan. During the 8 years in between, China and South Africa cooperation in all areas achieved robust growth, which greatly benefited our two peoples. We managed to set a fine example for Belt and Road cooperation and connect with Africa's development and advance South-South cooperation. Economic and trade cooperation between our two countries continue to expand. China has now been South Africa's top trading partner for 14 years in a row, and South Africa is China's largest trading partner in Africa for 13 years straight. China's total investment in South Africa continued to grow, and Chinese investment created a huge amount of South Africa jobs. Our two sides have been steadily expanding cooperation in science, technology, innovation areas such as 5G, digital economy, cutting-edge technology, e-commerce, smart cities, and clean energy. People exchanges also brought people closer together. Out of people exchanges also brought people closer together. Out of all African countries, South Africa has attracted one of the most Chinese tourists established the most friendly province and cities with China, and set up both Confucius Institute and the Confucius Classroom. Ladies and gentlemen, China and South Africa have everything it takes to deliver in our Belt and Road Cooperation. We not only share convergence in our respective development stage and complementarity in economic structure, but also enjoy a great foundation of mutual political trust and people's friendship. In the first 3 quarters of this year, China's GDP expanded by 5.2%. That put China ahead among all major economies in the world. It also demonstrated the strong resilience of the Chinese economy and our ample policy space to boost growth. As Belt and Road Cooperation overall enters, our two countries will enjoy many new important opportunities on this front. The first is to expand and upgrade our bilateral trade. President Xi Jinping announced that China will vigorously integrate ports, shipping, and trading services under the Silk and Road Maritime, accelerate the building of the new international land-sea trade corridor and the Air Silk Road, as well as promote digital and services trade. In the next 5 years, China's trade in goods and services is expected to exceed $32 trillion and $5 trillion respectively. During President Xi Jinping's state visit to South Africa in August this year, China and South Africa reached South Africa fresh avocado to China and the resumption of South Africa beef export to China. China is ready to continue sharing the huge market of 1.4 billion people with South Africa. We are ready to expand bilateral trade, optimize trade structure, and to work to see that more South African mineral products, agriculture, and other high-quality products make their way into the Chinese market. The second is to boost bilateral investment cooperation. President Xi Jinping announced that the China Development Bank and the Export and Import Bank of China will each set up a IMB 350 billion financing window. As additional IMB 80 billion will be injected into the Silk Road Fund. Together, they will support BRI projects on the basis of market and business operation. South Africa has a huge demand in finance for transportation, ports, electricity, and other infrastructure. China is the advantages in technology, experience, and capital on this front. We are ready to work with South Africa Connect infrastructure development strategy, encourage Chinese enterprises to invest more here, help improve South Africa's infrastructure, and promote sustainable economic development. The third is to jointly promote green economy. China will continue to deepen cooperation in areas such as green infrastructure, green energy, and green transportation. We will implement the green investment principle for the Belt and Road and provide 100,000 training opportunities for partner countries by 2030. South Africa is well endowed with renewable energy resources and has a broad prospect for the new energy market. China's companies are strong in technology and research experience in the areas of PV, wind power, and energy storage. Out of all the outcomes of President Xi Jinping's visit to South Africa, there are that cover new energies, electricity, and the green economy. China encourages companies on both sides to strengthen connection, expanding cooperation in wind energy, solar energy, energy storage, power transmission, and distribution that will support South Africa's energy transformation and sustainable development. The fourth is to livelihood. China will promote both signature project and the small yet smart livelihood program. We will carry out 1,000 small-scale livelihood assistance projects and enhance vocational education cooperation through rural workshops and other initiatives. According to the World Bank, by 2030, the Belt and Road Initiative is expected to lift 7.6 million people out of extreme poverty and 32 million out of moderate poverty in Belt and Road partner countries. It's my great pleasure to share that the first batch of electricity equipment for South Africa donated by the Chinese side has arrived at Eskom's warehouse. More equipment are also on their way here. China is ready to share our experience in poverty reduction with South Africa. We will actively advance projects such as the TVET schools and the poverty alleviation pilot villages. We will both cooperation with the South Africa side in agriculture, education and training, health, transportation, electricity, and water resources, so as to support South Africa in creating jobs and improving people's livelihood. Ladies and gentlemen, this year marks the 25th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic relations between China and South Africa. In August this year, President Xi Jinping paid a successful state visit to South Africa. Our two heads of state agreed to jointly elevate the China-South Africa Comprehensive Strategic Partnership to a new level, build a high-level China-South Africa community with a shared future. They together ushered our relationship into a golden era. China is ready to work with South Africa to better connect our development strategies and actively pursue new dynamic of win-win cooperation. We are ready to jointly write a new chapter of high-quality Belt and Road development for both, build a high-level China-South Africa community with a shared future, and make greater contribution to the building of a community and shared future for mankind. I thank you.
No, the ambassador had the lounge behind you, you know.
Thanks, Mr. Mtlante. Listen, this is called a hands-on governance, and I think that we should actually take a cue if you want South Africa to work, so to give a round of applause. It is very necessary. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much, and thank you so much to His Excellency. And thank you so much to His Excellency there for that speech. And more than anything, it's quite moving to know exactly how the collaboration between South Africa as well as the People's Republic of China will work. I just say, his speech was exactly 15 minutes long. So much appreciated for keeping the time once again. Ladies and gentlemen, to further expound on the conversation, I request the following panelists to come onto the podium. You will then deliver on your section, but then more than anything else, it will also allow the Q&A session to move quite swiftly before we get to the respondents. Please won't you help me welcome to speak a little bit about setting the scene, Dr. Stavros Nicolaou from the SA BRICS Business Council, Dr. Stavros Nicolaou from the SA BRICS Business Council. Then we've also got Professor Ivor Chipkin, co-founder and the director of the New South Institute as well. Won't you come make your way to the podium? We've got Professor Litokwa Bedi, who's the Vice Chancellor of the University of Johannesburg. Prof, please make your way. We also have the Deputy Minister of Justice and Correctional Services, Mr. John Jeffrey. Please make your way as well to the podium. Of course, it's going to be very interesting as we're looking at future-proofing how exactly do we uphold and maybe even look and interrogate the 25th anniversary of the Constitution. All right. Okay, is it? Okay, so we're going to first start off with you, Dr. Stavros, as well, and we're going to go to Professor Ivor, and then we're going to come to Dr. Stavros, as well, and then we're going to go to Professor Ivor, and then we're going to come to Prof. I don't see Prof. Professor Litokwa? There he is. There we go. Professor Litokwa Bedi, thank you so much, Vice Chancellor of the University of Johannesburg. Thank you so much. Thanks. You very, thank you.
And Motlanthe and Kulua. Gugu Motlanthe, the driving force behind this fantastically well-organized forum, which I think is in its year now, if I'm not mistaken. Honourable ministers that are present, Sandra Kramer, the Egyptian ambassador, Ahmed, nice to see you all. And of course, colleagues from business, labor, friends, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I had prepared a presentation on BRICS, but I've cast it aside, given some of the discussions that unfolded earlier today, and regrettably I could only join you from this morning, but some of the feedback I've had is that there was a slightly subdued mood last night post the presentations. I'm not quite sure why, but I do want to make an overarching statement. It would be remiss of me as a pharmaceutical person standing up here to say that we can all talk ourselves to depression. So please don't help me sell more antidepressants. I'm happy, Minister Patel, to forfeit the antidepressants and rather sell other vitamins and other things. But on a serious note, I think we do suffer a little from a new malady called talking ourselves into depression. And it's really not going to help any if we follow a trajectory down that line. So I'd like to, of course, within the realms of reality, because one doesn't want to be unrealistic and populist on views, but I think that we require a reshaped narrative that introduces significant elements of reality and start to rebuild partnerships in our country. Now, former DM Jonas was saying that we are a very fractious society, which is quite right. And you can never implement the best laid out plans anywhere if you have an incoherent, incohesive society. And I'm afraid that's what we have at the moment. And that is why I want to commend Gugu and the foundation for this particular I see it as a think tank because you attract every year some of the finest minds in the country. They come here and they debate, they share their views. I think it would be really good to have a minute. I think it would be really good to have a minute. And that minute should contain 5 key actions that come out of this forum. It's not to usurp, replace, or take over the role of government. That's not the that can put their minds together and identify 3 or 4 priority areas where we can assist, aid, and abet the country and government. And perhaps that should be, as a follow-up to what Jonas was saying, a consideration. Now, my final point before I get on to the actual topic I was asked to speak about, which is BRICS, let me also offer a sliver of hope, because I said we can't talk ourselves permanently into a state of depression. What gives me a lot of hope in our country is that we still have a robust, at times vibrant and resilient private sector. And I want to acknowledge Martin Kingston. I'm not sure, Martin, where you're sitting somewhere in the room. I saw you earlier. But business, organized business, which is incidentally coming for flack from certain quarters in South Africa, took a decision to say we can sit on our hands and do nothing and watch the ship sail by. And I can't see the purpose in that. Or we can try and forge partnerships under the right governance, structures to provide capacity to assist the country where there is a lack or a dearth of capacity. Because year in and year out, we complain that the capacity, the resources, the capability, the expertise, the skills, the talent has all been hollowed out. So you can keep moaning about it, or you can try and do something about it. And business chose the latter. And as I said, there are colleagues in business and other parts of society, and Martin's come in for a lot of flack, but it's the right thing to do, because we will only move our country forward if we have this coherent partnership. But I do stress again, it's a partnership that is focused on 3, what we call disenablers. These are 3 areas that we believe as business, working with government, if we address these 3 areas, we can put our economy on a completely different trajectory and make all the future budget and midterm budget speeches of Minister Enoch a lot easier if we do that, because you start growing at 3, 4, 5%, many of the sins are forgiven. And remember what Clinton popularized. He said it's all about the economy, stupid, and it is, I'm afraid. A lot of the social incohesion, the social tensions, and many of the other headwinds will start evaporating if we get our economy back onto an appropriate trajectory. And it can be done through partnerships. Devoid of these partnerships, I'm afraid the ship will sail by. So that's the sliver of hope. 3 areas have been identified. I think they are well rehearsed and well known to everyone by now. They're the areas of energy security, infrastructure, logistics, crime, safety, and security and corruption. 3 areas that are critical to moving our economy forward. Now, let me introduce a 4th area. And I'm going to shift into BRICS mode now. And for me today, it's not about presenting about BRICS. It's about aligning our economic policy with our foreign policy. Our government has come in for a lot of criticism about belonging to certain trade formations, economic blocs, political formations, call it what you wish. I have quite a different view, however. My view is that we need to operate as a country, of course, holding the right moral compass. We've got to operate on the basis of what suits our country's best interests. And it does require some dexterity, unfortunately, and it does require us to be rather nimble and agile around certain things. And I think India has done particularly well in that area. You know, India's been a significant beneficiary of buying cheap oil from Russia. Now, I haven't seen too many people go out and criticize India for that decision. And I'm not for any moment undermining any of the moral hazards that exist here. But I'm just demonstrating a country that has acted in its best interest for its population. And I think any posture or position we take as a country ought to be around what serves our citizenry, our population, and our economy best. And that's the decision we've got to take. And that's why I also think we need to commend government at times. Minister Patel is sitting here, and next week is a bigger goer forum. The indications, despite all the flack and criticism, I think the indications are that South Africa will continue to be part of AGOA, one of 33 African countries, that we will continue on this renewal process. Those are some of the informal discussions that we have with congressmen in the US, congressmen and congresswomen. So let me conclude the alignment of foreign policy with economic policy by saying it should be underpinned by what serves the best interest of our country. And what serves our best interest is that we trade with the East, with the West, and with the South. That's going to serve our best interest. We needn't take sides. We needn't adopt aligned or non-aligned positions. Of course, non-aligned, if we do adopt those positions, again, have to serve the best interest. And that is the balancing act, I believe, that the best learning from the last BRICS conference, which was about 6 weeks ago, is how do we best serve the interest? Now, serving interest in the BRICS context, what we've done, and I serve on the BRICS Business Council, and my colleague Ayanda Nzube is in the room here as well. I'm sure he can add a lot more flavor, color, and context. We said as a business council, having discussed this with government, we have 3 priorities as a business council in BRICS. Number 1 is, let's analyze the trade and investment patterns. Are they working for South Africa? And if they're not working, how do we correct that? So you'll find it's all well and good in saying, you know, we've got big trading partners, but if they're buying only raw materials and they're not beneficiating with us, then is that really a partnership? So these trade patterns will allow you to do that sort of it's citizenry and economy. When you get down to that level, and economy, when you get down to that level, and even with AGOA next week, the US, I understand, is our second biggest trading partner, but we've got to analyze that relationship as well, like we did during BRICS with the other 4 BRIC countries. We've got to analyze and say, are these relationships leading to industrialization, to beneficial things? How can we enhance those partnerships to allow us to even out some of these trade imbalances? Now, I'm not suggesting that trade imbalances are necessarily all bad. They're only bad if you don't address them and you don't seize the beneficiation and industrial opportunities that sit therein. So it's very important as a country when we analyze, before we criticize the government and others and say, well, what the hell are we doing in BRICS? I think it's really important to do these analyses and to seize the opportunities with that pattern analyses. And I'm just going to use an example on an illustrative basis. Our second biggest export to Brazil is centrifuges. I didn't even know we produced centrifuges in this country. We should be saying to ourselves, well, if we can export centrifuges, why on earth can we not be exporting these to other BRIC plus countries and other parts of the world? So these are the type of analyses that we've got to do. I'm just using a very simple example, because other than probably Minister Patel, if I asked anyone else in the room, do you know that centrifuges are our second biggest export to Brazil? Most of you would have said, no, I have no idea. So it's about understanding these trade patterns and making them work for you. So that's the first priority that we identified. And if we fail in that priority, then we can say these formations do not work for the country. But it's up to us to make them work. The second priority for the BRICS Business Council was, how do we best integrate the African Continental Free Trade Area into our economic, trade, investment, and commerce agenda? Now, the Africa Continental Free Trade Area presents a significant internal and external opportunity. It is the first time that Africa is starting to aggregate its volumes. There's significant power and leverage in aggregation. And that is why I think that the admission of Egypt and Ethiopia into BRICS is an important development. Because historically, when we've had to go and sign up trade deals and do bilaterals and multilaterals with other countries around the world, carries zero leverage. And there is no better example, I believe, than the vaccine example, because I was so close to it at the time. Africa was at the back end of the queue because 54 different countries, 54 disaggregated countries went to try and negotiate against much bigger markets, and they failed. But suddenly, if you put 54 countries together, a population of 1.4 billion will double in 50 years to 2.8 billion, a consolidated continental economy of almost $4 trillion, then the picture changes significantly. But again, we need to tap into those opportunities of an aggregated market as South Africa. So that's the second priority. Now, Faith is approaching the stage. I think I've got 2 minutes on my clock. So let me end off with the final priority. And the final priority is, how do we use these formations, memberships, whatever you wish to call them, to better profile and position our country? Because a lot of the narrative currently is negative and affects the sentiment towards our country. And unfortunately, sentiment and perception counts. As much as it shouldn't at times, it does unfortunately count. So the things we say, the postures we adopt globally, regionally, and in country are really important on how the rest of the world perceives us. And I've just returned back from Paris. It's very interesting to see how everyone, non-South Africans, when I say everyone, are talking about the success of the Springboks, because it demonstrates that there's a team here that's succeeding on and off the field. So it executes, it delivers on its plans, and people start perceiving your country differently, or for a sporting brand. So imagine if we were able to do that on a business brand or an economic brand. I think that we would have a very different sentimental approach towards our country, and we would have a very different outlook on investor confidence. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a great pleasure. I wanted to share some of the BRICS thoughts, what it meant, but more importantly, let's not talk ourselves into a depression. I don't want to grow my antidepressant sales. Let's rather grow other sales. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zaros. Well, clearly I've just set a precedent when it comes to me coming up to the podium, so much appreciated. Ladies and gentlemen, my role also as a facilitator is to be able to read your energy in the room and respond likewise to your energy. So before I tell you what I'm going to ask you to do, just to get the energy back up again, I know after breakfast, everybody just dips a little bit, and the concentration span is usually about 45 minutes. So I'll get you to move. But may I also request Professor J.P. Latman to also come and join us, who's going to be shedding light. And this is a particularly interesting one, just before we come up when it comes to the respondents around South Africa. Does South Africa have what it takes to become more successful, or just to become successful? As Professor J.P. Latman comes up onto the podium, ladies and gentlemen, may I ask you to do a favor for me? Stand. Everybody, stand. I told you my job as a facilitator is to know your energy, read your energy in the room, and to be able to respond likewise. Otherwise, we're going to fall asleep. Okay? So do me a favor. Don't even turn around. There we go. Thank you so much, Mr. DJ, wherever it is you are. Great in your entire life. In your entire life. Find them across the room. How are you? What's your name? Great to be here. How much money are we betting on the Springboks later on? There we go. Let's get the energies flowing in the room. That's it.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, before you know it, I'll be making you do star jumps. Everybody take a seat. There we go. There we go. Now the blood starts flowing a little bit. I do see numbers being exchanged. I'm not going to say anything here. This is good. It's like speed dating. But thank you so much. Have a seat. There we go. Because sometimes what ends up happening is that we have the conversations, we tune in, our brains really try to focus in and hone in on the conversation, but we end up missing it. We miss the important parts. And I want to keep this as interactive and as lively as possible with your permission. Thumbs up, everybody. Okay. There we go. Thank you so much. Next up, I would also like, and of course, as we go, Professor Ivo, you will be coming up. And then after the completion, of course, we'll have Professor Topwa, you'll come up in. Our Deputy Minister will also come up, as well as Professor Landman, then you will come up. Then our following which we will then get our respondents to.
Good morning, everybody. It's a great pleasure to be here. President Motlanthe, thank you. Gugu as well, thank you very much for having me again. The last night's session and the morning session, I think there's this general sense of kind of appreciation of the depth of the crisis. I think Nick Benadell's question, is there a crisis? I don't think there's any mistake of a crisis. Is there a crisis? I think it's a question of kind of crisis. So I want to suggest that one of the forms of the crisis is the crisis of government, and in particular, crisis of public administration, and that's what I want to talk about. And unlike the other speakers, and I think if anyone remembers this speech at all, it'll be for this. And then I want to enter a note of positivity here. I think South Africa is on the edge, on the cusp of a major transformation. I've referred to, in a piece I published a couple of weeks ago, a kind of a second public moment, and I know it sounds ridiculous and audacious, but I do think that if we get through what I'm going to discuss now, on the table now, if we get them across the line over the next couple of months, it will transform fundamentally the character of South Africa. And this is where I want to appeal to you. We're so used to talking, and often the levels of analysis are very sophisticated, and we're very excited by the exchange of ideas. But there are a whole lot of concrete things currently on the agenda now, which we need to get over the line, and I'm appealing to all of you to assist me get them over the line. So let me start. Feroz Kachalia channeled us, pushed us yesterday to start thinking a little about thinking about the South African situation globally. So I'll touch on the slide, but I want to move it very, very quickly. And I think we have to understand the current situation. Feroz Kachalia try to locate the South African crisis in a global situation. Of course, I think that's the absolutely correct approach. There's one element of the crisis, though, which we overlook, and we overlook over and over and over again, and I think it has great explanatory value. From the 1980s, we saw in governments across the world, and in particular in South Africa, the rise of what we call new public management or managerialism. It came out of Luc Bartolsky and Yves Shapiro wrote a great book, Le Nouvel Esprit du Capitalisme, the New Spirit of Capitalism. They published in the 1990s, and what they argued was essentially the great critique of 1968. One of its targets was a critique of bureaucracy, drawing on sort of Marxist analyses of alienation, and as a result, mobilizing an argument around the need for a world that was post-bureaucratic. The people that heard this most clearly, ironically enough, those people in business, especially human HR specialists, business analysts, and they incorporated some of those ideas to drive major and fundamental shifts in the character of businesses from the 70s and 1980s, the move towards managerialism. In the 1990s, some of those ideas get taken forward, and they produce a revolution in the organization, which we experienced in South Africa around the shift away from bureaucracy towards managerialism. My own view is that the transformation has been very uneven, but largely and overwhelmingly, it's been catastrophic around the world. And as a result, we've seen, especially in large developed democracies, a huge decline in their institutional capacity to meet the mandates to meet the democratic mandates. And as a result, I think we're seeing a worldwide crisis of democracy. One of the features, and I'm saying one of the features, there are many, of course, there are political economy issues around here, are the weakening of public administrations in democratic countries. I think that's what's been going on in South Africa. So I think what we're seeing is the shift to managerialism in South Africa and more generally. But I want to talk more specifically about South Africa, and in particular the crisis of government in South Africa, which I want to argue is a crisis of public administration. We don't like to talk about public administration because it sounds so dull, it's so boring. Public administration scholars yawn, 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 and yet Minister of Finance yesterday put out a whole list of issues which are fundamental issues affecting the performance of government. At the bottom report, the capacity of the state. And in the end, he said correctly, I think, this is the fundamental one. We tend to focus on everything else but the fundamental one, which is public administration reform. But fortunately, and I'll come to it in a moment, we've had behind the scenes several highly progressive public administrators, public servants, that have been doing quite fantastic work behind the scenes. Some of them are here. Sani Ngweni, I think, was invited and is here from the National School of Government, but also the Public Service Commission, Somadoda Kenny, and others in the Department of Public Service Administration. They have quietly, behind the scenes, been doing quite remarkable work, and I want to bring attention to it. Very quickly, I've been working around. There's a new piece of a new report which is available, so I won't go into the details of it, around the challenges of government. The first one which I want to draw attention to is a fundamental contradiction at the heart of all government departments. And it goes back to a little bit of what I've been saying. For reasons which I don't want to discuss too much in this forum, for reasons associated with the ANC coming to power in 1994, the negotiated settlement, the fact that the ANC agreed through the negotiations to retain large portions of the apartheid-era public servants, including in the Bantustans, the ANC decided to manage the fact that it didn't trust its public administration to implement the mandates of the democratic government. It chose to highly politicize the public administration. That on the one hand. At the same time, in line with this new move towards managerialism, we move towards high levels of managerialism. But there is a fundamental contradiction. Managerialism presupposes that you give director generals, heads of departments, the autonomy to get on with their jobs, to develop their service delivery models, to appoint the people they think will get on with their jobs, and yet we tied the public servants' hands behind their backs by retaining those powers in the hands of ministers and in the president. And you think I'm making this up? Have a look at the Public Service Act of 1994, Section 3 of that act. Unambiguously, powers for recruitment in the public service, powers for decisions and operational decisions in the public service are the prerogative of the president, ministers, and MECs at provincial government level. This is the fundamental original sin, if you like, of the public service in South Africa. It's quite remarkable. It's not cadre deployment is the problem. Cadre deployment merely takes advantage of what is in our law, foundational piece of legislation. The president referred to it earlier in his response this morning. But these are the fundamental issues which we have to tackle. Fortunately, and this is where I want to say that there's some really important work that's currently being done, and I want to talk. These are, I think, the fundamental problems. I'll skip the slide. On the agenda here and now are some very concrete proposals to amend some of the fundamental problems in South African government, and some of them are at the Public Service Amendment Act, for example, in Parliament. It's in Parliament. I think it's a very important piece of legislation developed from the Department of Public Service Administration. It will go some way. It will go some way to reducing the discretion of ministers and the president in recruitment and operational decisions in departments. It will shift the power back, if you like, to director generals and to heads of departments. I think this is a very, very powerful and important piece of reform. It needs to be supported. It's sitting in Parliament. So there's so many things on the parliamentary agenda. We need to get behind it, to get political support for it, to get civil society support for it. You and I, all of us, we need to be getting our head behind these reforms. The second one is a framework document for the professionalization of the public service. It came out in September 21. It's been approved by Cabinet. It will go some way, not too far, but go some way to deal with the huge difficulties of capacity within government departments. The most important thing it'll do, it'll introduce a minimum entrance barrier for entrance into the public service. Again, very, very important consideration, very, very important piece of policy which needs to be implemented. The third area is I think which is probably the weakest of the current reforms. There is a proposal to amend the Public Service Commission. Historically, the Public Service Commission until 1997 operated, if you like, as a kind of gigantic human resources department within government. It vetted all appointments in departments. It checked all CVs, for example. It made sure that everybody was suitably qualified. Of course, the Broederbond acted as a backdoor period, but nonetheless, the Public Service Commission, right from the 1970s until 1997, was this incredibly powerful HR department within government. It acted, if you like, as a kind of independent arbiter of appointments in the public service. In 1997, we reformed that. We took those powers away from the Public Service Commission, but we didn't locate them in any other department. So they're not in the DPSA, they're not in the PSC, they're certainly not in the presidency. We got rid of those powers altogether. We ostensibly devolved them down to departments, but departments don't have. We dissolved them essentially. I think this is a reform which needs to be back on the agenda. So in reforming the Public Service Commission, I think we need to return to its powers for independent review and ultimately influence over appointments in the public service. So we currently have on the agenda a reform agenda, which if we get through in the next 6 to 8 months, maybe even a little longer, I think will fundamentally transform South Africa. I've talked about a kind of second republic. Historically speaking, Britain was at this point in the rebellion last year at this conference. Tammany Hall was made precisely possible because political parties had the discretion and the power to bring their people into the public service unmediated by independent organizations. It's undone formally in the 1883 Pendleton Act of 1883, and it's really the 1883, and it's really the reforms of the 1920s in the US that modernized the US into the modern state which it emerges in the 20th century. I think in South Africa we're at the cusp of those transformations. The problem is that we pay very, very little attention to questions of public administration. And the second thing is this won't deliver quick fixes. It's not going to bring on the lights tomorrow, but these are the fundamental reforms which we need in order to get us to modernize the state. So we need an autonomous public service, which I think the reform of the Public Service Act will begin to do. We need a capable public service, an able public service, which I think some of the elements of the framework document will begin to deliver. I think the accountability point of the triangle is the weakest one in the current situation, and we can have an autonomous public service, can be capable, but they need to be accountable. And I think some of the reforms of the Public Service Act, some of the Public Service Commission need to be advanced in this regard. So, our immediate plans to restore electricity and fix logistics, but none of them are sustainable in the long run if we do not fix our institutions. If it is still possible for unstable political coalitions or an ongoing political an African National Congress that continue to desire to exercise political control over our administrations, none of these changes are sustainable. So even if we fix them in the here and now, we will not be able to sustain them in the months after the changes. That is why these public service reforms are fundamental for the medium and long-term future of South Africa. I'm working very, very hard on putting this on the political agenda, on getting political parties to take up these reforms with some success. The DA put on the table a general law amendment to strengthen the role of the Public Service Commission. It was rejected precisely because it was seen to come from the DA, but it's not a bad piece of legislation, not a bad bill. I would have a look at it. So I think things in South Africa are currently ripe for change. And this is where I'm hoping, if I'm invited back next year, that by the time this convenes again next year, we will be reporting in potentially a different country, because we will have achieved very, very fundamental reforms in the way in which we organize government and organize the state, and our public administration works. There are concrete proposals before Parliament. There are concrete frameworks which have been accepted by the Cabinet. I don't know, but I'm hoping, I think, in a sense, there may be forces within the African National, if not strong enough to advance these causes within Parliament, certainly strong enough to not get the ANC to block them within Parliament, while other forces move them forward. And I think other opposition parties are certainly open to this idea of reform. All politicians ultimately would like to have the kind of control which the ANC currently exercises. So we have to be a little bit skeptical about when we hear parties saying that they're keen on these reforms. But the environment is propitious, and it's propitious for this reason. Our crisis is a crisis of government. The ANC is losing electoral support for the first time, partly because it's performing so badly in government. The time is ripe for these changes. What we need now, and this is where I'm going to end, and I'm going to appeal for our support. We need to build a mass social movement to get these over the line and to sustain them over the line. I'm working very, very hard to produce the documentation, to build the alliances and get this on the political agenda amongst political parties. I'm working with civil society organizations to get this question on the agenda. I think we have to understand, though, that public administrative reform is probably more important than economic reform in the current situation. This is the fundamental issue facing the country. This is the issue which we have to tackle. And if there's anything I would like anyone to take home from today, it's that public administration really is the no-brainer for the That was my time.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Professor. Ivo, much appreciated. Before I welcome Professor Letlopa onto the podium, I would like to just make a few acknowledgements. Ladies and gentlemen, please, I'd like to welcome Minister of Trade and Industry and Competition, Mr. Ibrahim Patel. You're going to be hearing from him a little bit later on, just after tea. Thank you so much for joining us as well, sir. I'd also like to take this moment to acknowledge Dr. and Mrs. Orhon, who are also joining us in the room. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you so much for spending the weekend with us. Thank you so much as well, Dr. Helmut. And of course, in just a moment, we're going to also break for tea. But Professor, okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to just, would you allow me to continue with the program? So we won't have tea so that we can make up time. I don't want to come between you and the spring, so that it does not spill over to near the end. Is that okay, everybody? Great stuff. Thank you so much. In that case, please welcome Professor Letlopa onto the podium. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you, Madam Program Director. Before I came to the podium to get the news that there will be no tea, it's not my fault, ladies and gentlemen. It's like, you know, I love tea. His Excellency, former President Kgalema Motlanthe, Meh Gugu Motlanthe, the trustees of the Kgalema Motlanthe Foundation, ministers, ambassadors, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Letlopa Mpedi. I'm Vice Chancellor and Principal of the Great University of Johannesburg. It's indeed a great honor to be here today addressing you. There is an African proverb, ladies and gentlemen, that states, a child who is not embraced by the village will burn it down to feel its warmth. I don't know if you've heard of this proverb. I didn't make it up. As I pondered our human capacity, I reflected on these words. Our population, ladies and gentlemen, and our youth in particular, are arguably a vital but often untapped resource in our society. To use this proverb as a warning, without supporting our youth, we risk exacerbating many of our challenges. At the helm of a higher education institute, this gap between our growing population and opportunity is painfully apparent. On a daily basis, we grapple with issues of access or inaccess and the resulting crisis. We are all too familiar with the soaring unemployment rate in South Africa, which our youth continue to bear the burden of. Unemployed individuals that have finished their matric year represent 38%, while grades made up almost 3% of the total unemployed. The challenge, ladies and gentlemen, is most stark for our youth with limited skills and education. Perhaps we can look to the continent broadly for some answers. The African Union has outlined a human capacity development plan based on 6 key factors: transformative leadership, citizen empowerment, tapping into Africa's potential, skills and resources, evidence-based knowledge and innovation, capacity development, and integrated planning. Yet, a key question is, how do we begin to implement this plan nationally when we are demonstrably lagging behind in science, technology, and innovation, prerequisites for global competitiveness? Our burgeoning youth unemployment, ladies and gentlemen, our burgeoning youth population is not enough. We need to begin reframing our very understanding of human capacity development in order to effectively leverage it as a resource. In recent months, I have argued that our adaptation to the 4th Industrial Revolution, which refers to rapid changes to technology, industries, societal patterns, and processes, need to be accompanied by societal impact. In other words, as we embrace intelligent technologies, we must remain human-centric in our approach. This entails ensuring that this technology complements our human capacity. It calls for the application of technology to ameliorate some of our most pressing humanistic challenges. Necessary in this process, ladies and gentlemen, is investment in education that equips youth with necessary skills, fostering ethical technological development, promoting localized research and development, promoting human and intelligent technology collaboration, addressing disparities, and facilitating responsible technological adoption. This ensures that we tap into the potential of the 4th Industrial Revolution while prioritizing the well-being and empowerment of humans. Policymakers and institutions alike, the shift is mindful of the knock-on effect on society. There is an argument to be made that this is the very lens we should be viewing the 4IR through. This is how we ensure that our approach emphasizes humanity and allows for a more just and equitable world to emerge. Important in this process is seeing the continent's growing youth population as a tool for the 4th Industrial Revolution with societal impact. Our youth have the potential to become active participants and beneficiaries of technological advancements. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to begin investing in our youth to fully realize this potential. Tangibly, what does this mean, particularly for those of us in higher education? In the face of our growing challenges, adopting an Ubuntu leadership approach not only prioritizes humanity, but also provides a foundation for addressing inequalities in higher education, emphasizing the imperative of investing in youth and embracing digital transformations for a more inclusive and equitable future. This is indivisible from our economic story. To kickstart the South African economy once again, we need a reframing of skills. Essential skills would include digital literacy, technological proficiency, adaptability, creativity, critical thinking, and strong interpersonal abilities. Emphasizing skills innovation, data analysis, artificial intelligence, and sustainable development can empower the workforce workforce to engage meaningfully in the evolving economic landscape. Moreover, fostering collaboration, empathy, and cultural intelligence can enhance social cohesion and strengthen community bonds, aligning with the Ubuntu philosophy and contributing to a more inclusive economic recovery. Ladies and gentlemen, by nurturing these skills among the emerging workforce, and indeed the existing workforce, as we are now talking about lifelong learning and integrating them into educational curricula, we are given an opportunity to empower citizens to become actively, to participate actively in the digital economy, promote innovation, and contribute meaningfully to the nation's economic resurgence while upholding the principles of Ubuntu. More importantly, in order to realize this vision, how do we increase access? Institutions must prioritize equity and inclusion to ensure that all students have equal access to education and support. Yet it has also demonstrated that online modes of teaching and learning are tangible solution to inaccess. This, in part, ladies and gentlemen, addresses the threshold and limited capacity of institutions. The pandemic has demonstrated that digital transformation is no longer a luxury but a necessity. These are some of the tangible shifts we are seeing in our approach to teaching and learning. There is a distinct gap, and developing more open online courses, the so-called MOOCs, and micro-credentials could be one solution to access challenges, funding constraints, and skills gaps. At the University of Johannesburg, we're exploring the possibility of a digital university. This will exist as a twin of a brick-and-mortar university and will increase access and our scope. Just to give you an example, for this academic year, last year, we received over 350,000 applications for 10,400 seats. So we hope that by broadening access, through a digital twin of a brick-and-mortar university, we'll be able to accommodate some of these students. Of course, not every student, should come to university. People need to go for training with our TVET colleges. Ladies and gentlemen, digital campus will take shape over the next few years, drawing from our experiences under the lockdown and benchmarking globally for best practices. The pandemic has disproportionately affected disadvantaged communities, highlighting existing inequalities in higher education. Furthermore, as we contend with challenges around debt and fees, we are called to remember the missing middle among the affected group of students facing financial exclusion. These are the students whose families or guardians neither fall within the income threshold that qualifies for government funding, nor can they afford to pay tuition fees. At UJ, we have launched various initiatives such as Double Our Future Impact campaign to raise funds for registration. Yet more, ladies and gentlemen, can certainly be done, but this will require buy-in from stakeholders. Now, the question in conclusion that you may ask me is that, is training through institutions of higher education the only answer for the skills challenges that we need for the future? The first point that I need to highlight is that, ladies and gentlemen, it is a fact that we are training these young minds for jobs that do not exist. So we have to ensure that they're able to adapt as they enter the labor market. We also have to open the eyes of our students, and our graduates to new opportunities. I'll give you an example. At the beginning of this year, we launched, in partnership with the Department of Science and Innovation, we launched a 3D concrete printing project using a 3D concrete printing machine that prints a low-cost house in 8 hours. And a lot of people were saying these machines are going to take jobs away from bricklayers. They should not be allowed. And say, yes, these machines will take jobs, but we need to see the opportunity that they present. If they can print a house, a low-cost house, good quality, low-cost house in 8 hours, it means we're going to need more plumbers. We're going to need more electricians and so on. And these are the skills that we need, to develop. We'll need people who will service these machines. The engineering students that use this machine, I went to them, I said, guys, are you going to start companies where you'll use these machines to print houses? Already as Vice Chancellor of the university, I received emails saying, can you print houses for us with this machine? So there is an opportunity that we can use. People need to lose skills so that they can learn new skills. So we talk about skilling, they will be de-skilling, but we need to reskill people. We should not forget about some of the the basics, before we even talk about skills of the future. Our young brothers and sisters, there are people, I'm talking to people who are even younger than me. Many of them do lack this resilience. I don't know if you have picked this. They run into a challenge, then to them, this is the end of the world, life is bad, We need to ensure that our young ones are really resilient. They can confront challenges in life. We need mentorship. When we go out fundraising, we start saying we are friend raising. And the first thing we ask before we ask people for money, we say, captains of the industry, leaders, please come and partner with us to mentor our young ones so that they can go out there, because they've got a full sense of what the labor market is all about. When people start on the first day of the job, they ask, where is my BMW? Where is mentality? We need leadership, and this is not positional leadership. We need people who would appreciate that I am a leader in my own right, even though I don't have a position. If I see somebody littering, I must say, please do not litter. Simple things before we even talk about skills of the future that we need to get right. We introduced a MOOC, which is free of charge, on entrepreneurship. We realized that many of our students lack this entrepreneurial mindset. Actually, it's not just students at UJ. As a country, we are not strong in terms of entrepreneurship. We say we don't want to graduate job seekers. Yes, some will seek jobs, but we also want to graduate job creators. This is where it starts. I mean, you look at universities overseas. I was in Australia, and at the end of the conference, we were asked by this young student who just graduated in engineering a degree. She studied $1 billion company while she was a student. Why can't we do that? It's doable. So we need to graduate also job creators and so on. The last thing is this mindset that you need to sit down and do a degree for 4 years. Yes, you can do that. Where are the debates about micro-credentials? Of course, at our university, we started with the discussion paper, but nationally, discussions are moving at a snail pace. You get people who are not interested in everything, who want to take this little bit and combine it with this little bit and stack it up and go out there and change the world. We need to provide opportunities for such people. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attention.
With the minute to spare, Prof. Well done. Thank you so much. With that, please allow me to welcome also the Deputy Minister of Justice. With the minute to spare, Prof. Well done. Thank you so much. With that, please allow me to welcome Mr. John. Thank you.
Thanks very much, and good morning, everybody. Let me acknowledge President Kgalema Motlanthe and Mayor Gugu Motlanthe and all the other very important guests and everything in the room. Let me also start with a disclaimer. So I actually thought and had a speech prepared on another topic. Arrived last night, looked at the program and discovered I'm speaking on 25 years of the Constitution, which is a topic I'm happier with, but it's largely going to be off. I'm not also going to speak so much on the 25 years of the Constitution, but try and hone in on the issues that people have raised. We heard earlier today from Mcebisi Jonas about the system is broken. Is the Constitution still fit for purpose? Are our problems as a result of the Constitution? Now, as we all know, our Constitution is widely lauded across the world. Of being able to look at other countries' constitutions and see what worked and what hadn't worked. So the Americans may have a problem at the moment relating to gun control, because at the time of their constitution, they just fought a war of independence against the British, and the issue of militia was something quite central at that stage. So hence in the constitution, the right to bear arms, which isn't, there was one other theory of where it came from, that they wanted the right to roll up their sleeves when it was hot, the right to bear arms. But anyway, so we have a constitution lauded as one of the best in the world. Again, from America, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, the late Supreme Court judge, saying if you were to look at constitution to follow, it would be South Africa. But we know that we're facing problems, and is it the constitution? Obviously, our constitution comes from a particular historical context. There was some mention of it earlier. The ANC and the government agreed to a multi-party negotiating process to come up with an interim constitution for South Africa. So it was unique in the sense of it wasn't the main protagonists. It was an inclusive process involving all political organization structures in South Africa. Because of the fears, particularly of this minority regime giving up power, they insisted that there would be an interim constitution which would determine that after the elections, the Constituent Assembly of the National Assembly and the then Senate would draft the new constitution, but wanted constitutional principles which the new constitution had to conform to, and whether it conformed or not would be adjudicated by the newly established Constitutional Court. And there are 33 constitutional principles. So the interim constitution was approved in 1994, and then, as we know, the Constituent Assembly drafted a new constitution which finally came into effect in February 1997. So that's the background. And obviously there were things that were determined by conditions at the time. One of the big issues was the issue of federalism and provincial powers, which was a big issue for the National Party, who were afraid of, or wanting at least to have some areas of the country, like the Western Cape, where they could control. I think one of the issues in our constitution, if you look at the system, is the breakdown of power between national government, provincial government, and local government helpful, relevant today. It's not something that the African National Congress wanted. It wanted a more unitary system, but we've now got the system of 9 provinces, and I think things have got quite entrenched, so to change that will be quite difficult because people have got used to power in particular places. But that's an area that comes from the particular historical context. Yes, we do need to look at is it still relevant. But if you look at the issue of is the Constitution at fault, there's some criticisms of the Constitution being Eurocentric, full of European ideas and concepts and ignoring indigenous law and African values. But there's also I want to focus on particular areas. So the one is I think it's come up a bit, the electoral system. Now, all the Constitution says about the electoral system is that it must result in general in proportional representation. So that is something that is set in stone. The results have to, in general, reflect how people voted in the election. But within that, there are different systems. So there's what we have at a national and provincial level of pure proportional representation. Parties get the seats in a provincial legislature, in the National Assembly, according to the votes that they got. At a local government level, a mixed system where you have wards, so a constituency type system, and then the proportional representation seats balance out the party's support in that council. So there's a need for a lot of debate over the system, a lot of people pushing for constituencies, but that can take place within what is set out in the Constitution already. It doesn't need constitutional amendments, unless, of course, we want to abolish the proportional representation system. Some countries, Britain, for example, has a pure constituency system. America, in terms of presidential elections and the Electoral College, has a pure constituency system. But the result of that is, in America, you can often have a president who was not elected by the majority of Americans who voted, but because of the way the system works. And Britain has never had a government. Since universal suffrage, they've never had a government that's been elected by all the people who voted. I think the person who came the closest was Labour Party in 1945, but they only got about 49% of the vote. So we could look at that issue. But maybe moving on, I mean, the issue of land, is the Constitution at fault? There was a attempt to amend the Constitution or amend the land clause or the property clause. But there are arguments, even from people like Tembeka and Lukai Tobi, as to is this actually necessary? And I, for one, don't believe it is. What the Constitution provides for is no person may be deprived of property except in terms of a law of general application of property, and it must be subject to compensation agreed upon by parties or the court. But issues such as the history of the acquisition of the property, amongst others, are considered as a factor. Fine. So is the Constitution responsible for the poor delivery on land reform? Issues of willing buyer, willing seller, it's not in the Constitution. So that would be the question that I would ask. Another area, for example, we have a problem of a large number of economic migrants in the rest of the country. Is the Constitution at fault for that? We do have most of the human rights or the rights in the Constitution apply to everyone. So it's not limited to citizens. One of the few rights that is limited to citizens is the right to choose what work you want to do. So I don't know if that has been used sufficiently. So basically, what I'm saying is this is an important debate. Does the Constitution need to change? My argument is it's not really the Constitution. It is the implementation of policies and legislation, and how that legislation is implemented. That is more the issue. Legislation is implemented. That is more the issue. And let me just, in closing, speak about the fact that the Constitution is not cast in stone. It's a living document. And in fact, the Constitution envisages an annual review by Parliament, public comments on what should be amended in the Constitution. Personally, I think it's not the most helpful clause. The Constitution should be reviewed, but it should be reviewed every 5 years. If you can't do it every year, you just scratch the surface. But what I'm saying is it's there to be changed. It's been amended 18 times. The last amendment was this year, which provided for sign language as an official language. So it's not like the 10 Commandments that were written in stone. It's not cast in stone. But let me just make those points and look forward to the discussion. And I think, Faith, that I've given you a bit more time.
Deputy Minister, I don't know who's going to be able to top that. So much appreciated, gentlemen. Before I welcome Professor Lutman just to give a perspective on South Africa having what it takes to become successful, may I just also invite you, if you would like to grab a cup of coffee while we are hearing from our speakers as well as our respondents, please feel free to do so. I know that some of you would need maybe even a comfort break. So just, we'll keep it as a working dialogue. Is that okay? So if you need coffee and tea, just make your way around. Thumbs, everybody. There we go. You see, keeping everybody awake. Well done, getting it. With that said, help me welcome Professor J.P. Lutman to speak a little bit about South Africa. Having
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I want to say thank you to you, sir, and to you, ma'am, for bringing us this absolute exquisitely beautiful place. But more important than that, ideas are important in society. And what you're doing here with this forum, is to develop ideas. And for that, I also wish to thank you. So I've got the throw him under the bus title of "Do we have what it takes?" And I thought one way is to focus. One way of tackling it, or the way that I want to tackle it, is to focus on inequality. And just it's a Saturday morning. The Boks are going to play well tonight. Just let your mind range a little bit. If we can take the 5 million unemployed people in South Africa and we move them from unemployment into sustainable livelihoods, doesn't have to be jobs, sustainable livelihoods, you will agree that we will change unemployment. I think it'll have a positive spin-off on the other two as well. So if we want to talk about future, prepare for the future, and we want to talk about how we tackle it, let's start with the most basic building block, and that is demography. We have the census results, and really the message that comes loud and clear from our census results is that our demographic position demands urgency. It really demands urgency. Why? There you have the numbers. Over a period of about 26 years, quarter of a century, we've added 21 million people to the South African population. Population growth rate over that period of 1.6% a year. And there you can see how that number compares with our peers in Brazil and India. So the bottom line is we really have to move just to stand still. That is the point about bringing it up in an inclusive growth forum. You have to grow the economy at least at 1.6%, and then you just stand still. You need infinitely more than that if you want to eviscerate unemployment and poverty and inequality. So how are we doing on that score? How are we doing on that score of growing more? The best way of looking at economic growth is to look at per capita income, the number that the minister also quoted last night. Why? Because it offsets population growth against GDP growth. GDP growth on its own, for me, doesn't do it. You have to see it in comparison with population growth. And the graph on the screen goes back 50 years. It goes all the way to 1975, and it ends in 2023. I know it sounds like 48, but it's both years inclusive at 50 years. 23 is not over yet, but we know more or less where we will land. And the history is absolutely fascinating. In the 2 decades before we became a democracy, the years are indicated there on the slide, we became poorer by the margin that you see there, 11%. Remember, that's an after-inflation number, so it's quite a serious number. And then we had what I want to label as the period of the 3 TNs, Thabo Mbeki, Trevor Manuel, and Tito Mboweni. And they gave us a period of profound economic growth that really changed the landscape of Africa. You know, when I'm in Durban, I ask people, where on earth do you think Umhlanga comes from? 25, 30 years ago, those were sugarcane fields. Well, they come from that 33%. You look at our society, our social grant system, we spend now a little bit more, but we used to spend at the beginning of democracy about 3.5 cents in a rand, I think it was 3.3 cents in a rand, on social grants. We pushed the number of people that received the grant from 5 million to 18 million. You can cut that any way you want to. It's a fantastic increase in volume. What did it cost us at the end of the 18 million? Well, about 3.6 cents in the rand. That is the magic of growth, and that's the magic of having a rise in per capita incomes of that kind of magnitude. And then for exactly 10 years, there was a question this morning from the back on when did we start faltering to that kind of magnitude. And then for exactly 10 years, there was a question this morning from the back, when did we start faltering to that. From 2014 to the end of 2023, it's 10 years, I know it looks like 9. Well, we're going to get poorer by the number that you see on the screen. That's my sort of estimate. It may be 6.3, it may be 6.6, but I think that's where we will end on 31 December. So the Minister of Finance last night, when he caused a little bit of anxiety, have sympathy with the poor man. Have sympathy with the poor man. How do you collect more taxes in a country, in an environment where people are 6.5% poorer? You can't. It's not physically possible. That's the reality of where we find ourselves. So what did we learn from this slide? We learned that we didn't have what it takes 45 and 50 years ago. I think we didn't have what it takes. There's the empirical evidence. Then we went through a period where we did have what it takes. Again, there's the empirical evidence. And we're now in a situation where we struggle. Now, I must just say one thing about the situation where we now, you see that deep blue bar that comes down almost towards the floor. Well, that's COVID and 2020. I don't think we must underestimate the body blow that was given to the South African economy and society by COVID. It was really serious. And I think in many ways we're still struggling. And the second thing is you will see after 2020, that blue bar came back strongly towards the ceiling and then it fitted out. Why? Load shedding. No question about it. It's self-inflicted, it's load shedding. The minister described last night the difference between his department's projections and the Reserve Bank's projections is simply your assumptions about load shedding. And load took the stuffing out of where we are. So, can we get out of it again? And here I want to go to two people, or two books. The one is by the Chinese economist Justin Yifu Lin. He was the first person from Asia to become chief economist at the World Bank, and he wrote a fantastic book in 2012, The Quest for Prosperity. And the reason I like the book is because it's the triumph of common sense over ideology. It's the triumph of common sense over ideology. And he relied very strongly, Lin relied very strongly on the International Growth Commission, which was formed in 2006 and they reported in 2008, just as the global financial crisis broke. And both of them came forward with a set of what you can call 5 golden rules. And I love the golden rules because I've already said it, they are not so ideological. They go beyond Washington consensus and, very importantly, the Growth Commission, on which, by the way, Trevor Manuel served, the Growth Commission was rooted in the conviction that the economic lessons of developed societies, UK, Europe, North America, are not necessarily applicable to developing societies. So they started from a different foundation, and they were looking for a different answer. And they got it, and Lin took it further. Now, what are those 5 golden rules? There they are on the screen. I'm not going to talk you through them. They're fairly straightforward, they're fairly straightforward. The first one is an open economy, embrace the world, trade with everybody, sell to them what they want. They want to see the Drakensberg, sell the sightings. They want to see lions, sell the sightings. They offer you a smartphone with new technology, buy it. Take and give. Secondly, a stable macroeconomic environment. I cannot overemphasize, the report emphasizes how important that is. And I must say, what we got in the 3TM period was precisely that. And some of you may have slept badly because of the finance minister's contribution last night. I had a hell of a good sleep because it's clear to me that he's going to stick to, he's clearly the lie of man. Number 3, use market resources to allocate capital. Important verb. Read the book, read the report, and you will see how important. The verb is not surrender to market forces. The verb is not just accept market forces. The verb is use it. Because there are some things which the market can do well. So use it to your advantage. Don't use it where it's not to your advantage. That's the kind of pragmatism that I'm talking about. Then you've got to be a high savings and investment society, which South Africa clearly is not, and you need a government which the report identifies as committed, capable, and credible. And that is economic. I call it, just in my own language, a 3C government. So where do we stand? Well, my submission would be that this is the score. I think we are that. And with things like the African Continental Free Trade Agreement and probably a renewal of AGOA and so on, that process of integration and being part of the world will carry on. And that process of integration and being part of the world will carry on, as will our relationship with BRICS. And I would argue we do have that as well. We can have a debate about it, but I'm happy to tick it. What we don't have is that one, and what we don't have is that one. There were 2 contributions this morning from here. The one was from Stavros, making the point that you've got to align economic and foreign policy. And that speaks to the fact that we're not a high saving society. Therefore, if you want to do a lot of investment, you need foreign capital. It's as simple as that. It's not a matter of ideology, it's a matter of cash flow, with which every housewife and every businessman can relate to. And I thought Stavros, your points about that were absolutely good. And then there is a 3C government, and I thought Ivor's contribution this morning is a very powerful contribution. It goes to the heart of the matter. Politicians have too much say in the appointment of civil servants, and therefore also the manipulation of civil servants. And that's a nonsense that has to stop. And the proposals that he outlined are indeed very, very welcome. So it's quite clear from this simple framework, but I think a very powerful framework, that we have a fighting chance. That's the least I want to say. We have a fighting chance. There's no reason, Stavros, to take your antidepressants. Sorry, you can keep them. With the two issues that are outstanding: investment and a more capable state. There are people in this audience who know much more than I do about a capable state, so I'm not going to talk about that, but I do want to talk about investment. The reason I want to talk about investment is because I think there's a revolution playing out in our country. I call it on the slide, reversing our history. What is our history? Our history is that in this country, for the last 150 years, it is the state, the public sector, that initiated and built infrastructure. We did it in the examples I give there: energy, Eskom; railways, Spoornet; ports, Portnet; to the Transnet going back before that. We even had road transport in there as a monopoly. And of course, water. Now, what is happening in South Africa, and has happened basically since the 1990s, is that we are removing the state out of that role, and we're allowing other players in. And the one that struck me last night when I looked at all the TV cameras at the 96, government created a state monopoly called the South African Broadcasting Corporation. They bought out, or nationalized, but I think they paid him a fair price. They bought out Mr. Schlesinger, that had the South African Broadcasting Company, controlled all the radio stations. They were free in the country. General Hertzog's government took it over, changed the name from the South African Broadcasting Company to the South African Broadcasting Corporation. And for the next almost 60 years, we had a state monopoly in broadcasting radio and later on television as well. This came to an end with democracy. Road transport, South African Railways and Harbours had a monopoly on road transport over 100 kilometers. That came to an end. So it's a process that has started with democracy, with the creation of the new South Africa, but it's now playing out in full force, particularly in those four industries that I list there. And it's an era of state monopolies that are coming to an end and being replaced with public-private partnerships. And I think it's a very profound and a very exciting development, and tick that golden rule about using the market to allocate capital. And I think that it was October 2020 when the president announced the ERRP, Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Program. And since then, that has been pursued with a reasonable degree of success. I think the most profound in last year's budget was not in the statement, but in the press conference where few people realized what was happening in electricity. We're going to repeat in railways and ports. And that game is busy playing out. Now, thanks to Mark Swilling, who had a very good empirical handle on what the changes in electricity means in terms of inclusive growth. And I wish we can get similar thoughts. I'm sure it will come in due course. But this is what Swilling's work indicates or reveals. We have load shedding because we produce 6,000, Eskom produces 6,000 megawatts too little or too few. And you want to replace that with renewable energy equal to roughly 21,000 megawatts. Anton Eberhard knows about electricity than I do, but that's more or less, I think, the back of the secret box calculation. Now, Eskom is also due in the next 10 years to decommission 8 of their 14 power stations. Now, even if they don't decommission 8, but only 7 or 6 or 5 or 9, that won't be a political decision or a managerial decision. The machines will decide. They will decide. You've got to replace the capacity. 5 trillion rand in investment. Now, remember, the South African economy is not even 7 trillion rand big. So you talk 1.5, not over 7, because the one is a 12 months figure and the other one is a 5-6 year figure. But it's an enormous change that is taking place. And earlier this week, Barbara Casey indicated that of that 1.5 trillion, about 600 billion is still outstanding. It's clear that she used a particular currency rate. If you use the current rate, that number drops to roughly 500 billion. So think of this. If you use a particular currency rate, if you use the current rate, that number drops to roughly 500 billion. So think of this. 3 years ago, when you in 2020, we started on this journey of energy renewal, there was no money. Now you've got 1 billion mobilized against 1.5 trillion needed. Will we get to 1.5? On that, I'll bet a case of South African red wine. No question about that. But what Mark's colleagues would also indicate is after that round of 1.5, we will need that need to be mobilized. Now, obviously, that's a challenge. But that doesn't mean it can't be done. And it doesn't mean it's impossible. But what it also means is it's a huge investment injection. Remember our two problems that we must deal with. State capability investment. It is a huge investment going into the economy. And then there's green hydrogen. We produce hydrogen in the country already. They're not green. For that, we need sunshine. We've got sunshine. You can see the mix. It's not difficult. Here, lovely coffee there, and so on, friendly people. There's bugger all there to let's take the gas out. Let's take the gas out and get moving. So, Madam Chair, to conclude, I think this country, also this place where we are in Drakensberg, is a function of the discovery of diamonds and then gold combined with cheap labor, and that gave us what we've got, the most diverse gold combined with cheap labor, and that gave us what we've got, the most diversified economy in Africa. That's how it happened. Diamonds, gold, cheap labor, and here we are. I think the new diamonds and the new gold discovery in this country is energy. All we have to do is embrace it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Thank you very much to our panelists as well this morning for just giving us just your insights. Much appreciated. As they make their way down, would you just give them a round of applause? They really did outdo themselves. And very honest, open, insightful conversations this afternoon. You also heard this morning. It's just about how then do we get propelled to necessarily how is it that we get to be propelled to analyze, because we can go through analysis paralysis without actually deciding to do something about it. So may I just implore everybody whilst we do so. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to also call up onto the podium our respondents. They will then respond into some of the insights that were shared throughout the course of the morning. And if we've got time, I will allow for a Q&A. But respondents, I implore you with my absolute humility, let's just keep the response very brief, because we're not going to have time otherwise. We're going to run out of time, and we don't want that to happen. So please keep it brief. With that, please allow me to welcome former Minister, Ms. Bali Musa, the Presidential Climate Commission Deputy Chairperson and Chairperson of the Constitutional Health Trust. Thank you so much. Dr. Kenneth Creamer, the School of Economics and Finance and President's Economic Advisory Council, as well as Professor Miriam Altman for our practice in School of Economics at UJ as well. So thank you so much. Give them a round of applause as they do come up onto the podium. And perhaps for you as well, former Minister, I'm going to request that you begin, obviously, with the respondents. But whilst you were sharing earlier on, especially from what you were sharing earlier on, especially pertaining to the chairperson, Mr. Jonas, regarding a new movement and the need for a new movement to be formed. So just an elaboration on that, and of course, then we will continue with the respondents as well. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I really do appreciate you giving me the discretion of being modest with the time without giving me the actual number of minutes. That's wonderful. But Umkuloa, there's this middle-aged couple that's been married forever. And they're sitting at their table across each other, just looking glum. There's a bottle of red wine in front of them on the table and 2 glasses of red wine. They're sipping at it. And like people who've been married forever, they're actually not talking to each other. Take a sip of wine, the other one takes a sip of wine.
And then suddenly the woman says, I love you so much. I can't live without you. And the man gets a bit startled. So he says, is it you talking or is it the wine talking? She says, it's me talking to the wine. Says Gogo, I'm not referring to the two of you because you don't drink. And Ukulua doesn't drink wine, so it can't be you. But comrades and friends, thank you, Chairperson, for giving me that opening to continue from some of the points that were made earlier. But the main thesis of my short intervention is that the progressive movement in South Africa is punching way below its weight. That the South African progressive movement actually is a sleeping giant. Now, let me very quickly what was referred to as the democratic movement in the 70s and the 80s, and what I'm talking about. In the 70s and the 80s, you would have heard people like Oliver Tambo talk about the democratic movement. And the democratic movement was defined as this broad, quite nebulous South African, that was the democratic movement. And the ANC placed itself probably quite correctly as being part of that democratic movement. But not only the ANC, many others. I saw my old comrade here, Seth Scooper, who was leader of the Black Consciousness Movement, was part of the democratic movement. So there's a broad sort of thing, as speakers have said, and very eloquently by the Minister of Finance, that our big problem is leadership, and particularly political leadership, and he used the term political capacity, that we lack political capacity. And where will that political capacity come from? In those days, fill that gap of leader of society. But society needs political leadership. Yet we have the sleeping giant, this progressive movement, which many of you are part of, frankly, if not all of you. That's there, but not making the impact that it can make. And I am of the view that South Africa has a vast and extremely well-resourced progressive movement. And it exists in all walks of life. The academia is awash with progressive people. And in today's business world, we have more progressive people than South African business has ever had in its entire history. If you look around business, you'll find progressive people all over the show there. Of course, they are in the NGOs, in the trade unions, in the religious sector, in music and the arts, etc. Now, the question, of course, is what can awaken the sleeping giant that this country really needs? And there's a few things that needs to be done. Firstly, the progressive movement will make an impact if it has a unifying idea or a unifying set of ideas. And remember that this progressive movement, the ANC is the most powerful political force in society, and it's going to be so for quite some time to come. And there's a significant component within the ANC, which is part of this progressive movement. But unlike in the old days, the ANC as a whole is probably not part of the progressive movement, but a subset of the progressive people there. I see them. So the first is a unifying idea. The second is a common program. Because right now, progressive people are playing a wonderful role, but not necessarily complementary, not necessarily as part of a common program in order to make an impact. And thirdly, this progressive movement must have some shape or form.
To be a political party, of course, would be the wrong shape or form, because a political party, we have wonderful political parties in the country. Some of you may not agree, but a progressive movement will make an impact if it's not a tight organization. In fact, if it's not an organization at all. If it's an organization, you will have many people not wanting to become members, or, you know what I mean? So you need a unifying idea, a common program, and you need, perhaps, Kulua, this conference is contributing in a small way to giving it some shape or about maybe national convention, I'm not sure, maybe a dialogue, maybe an annual get-together of the progressive movement. And in a sense, there would be nothing wrong in an open democracy for the progressive movement to come out of the shadows. And why should we not say we, as the progressive movement, are holding a conference of the Johannesburg progressives next week, and we get together and we talk about this and that, and whatever we talk about, and we go out in all of the different fields of life we are and implement that sort of program as such. We need to come out of the shadows. And I believe many people in the ANC and other political parties, I mean, I can only think of Rise Mzansi now because I see Nick here. And he was provoking me with some of the things he said, but I'm not going to respond to it. But you know, many people from political parties will be part of that, and there should be no discomfort with being a member of a political party or a leader of a political party and be part of the progressive movement. These are people who have no discomfort, enlightened worldview that must get together. And so, you know, you could say what I've said at any other point in time, but frankly, the current conditions have made this idea ripe. And South Africa to give some form or shape to this. I look forward. You know, sometimes you respond to people who have already spoken, but I'm also responding to people who have not spoken. I'm looking forward. I'm seeing Colin over there. I'd like to know what you're going to say about this matter. Maybe you'll say something, or maybe Jewel will say something about it. Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I think like most of us, I've been sensing some tension in the room. Some of us who are feeling very positive and others are feeling very negative. And one of those polarities that I found interesting, just reflecting on it, was that many of our foreign friends seem more positive about South Africa than we do. And they seem to want us to succeed. And I think there is a deep desire in the world that South Africa does succeed. And we must always remember our place in that, whether it's the Europeans, the Chinese, the Africans, which have been eloquently explained, and we understand there's many reasons why we are in the position that we are in. And I think, President Motlanthe, thank you very much. I think this kind of opportunity for us to sit together, to get our story straight, to get our, thank you very much. I think this kind of opportunity for us to sit together, to get our story straight, to get our growth and development story straight so that we can succeed is a very important one, and I can only agree with what the previous speaker said, Comrade Valley. And if you reflect briefly on what has been said and how can we succeed, we will look at all the speakers in this session have said what they think we need to do. And when we're getting our narrative, our foreign guests are telling us, when we're leaning in and we're saying, yes, there is potential there. I remember the words of, I think it was Plato, who said, the storytellers rule the world. So if we don't have a story and we are fractious and we are confused and we're despondent and we're taking antidepressants, then it's unlikely that we're going to rule the world, rule ourselves. If you reflect on Dr. Sheikh, she was talking about the power of our avocados, the power of our exports. And when we talk about growth and development, that's jobs, that's employment, that's people not standing on the side of the road with something to do. Ambassador Shen, a really profound input, and then talking about us being a partner in the 10-year-old Chinese, we have entered those agreements. This is a wonderful opportunity for us to use the Chinese leaning in to talk to us as one of our growth drivers. We have got capabilities. And if we could align with the Chinese on the Belt and Road, as we are doing, to assist with African infrastructure, African electrification, the potential for South Africa to be that partner to China is important. And China, just to divert a little bit, is a very interesting superpower. We have seen as Africans, we have seen how violent the colonial period has been over the last 400 years. But Chinese talks over and over again, China about a peaceful rise, a peaceful development. And long may that last. Long may that last, that the world has a peaceful development path and we don't fall into the kind of conflagrations that others have spoken about being possible. Stavros spoke about centrifuges, and like myself, he's a pragmatist. And we need to look at how we use that BRICS relationship. As he put it, how do we align our economic policy and our foreign policy? They mustn't become unaligned. They must be aligned for our own purpose. Either public administration, I think it was a profound input. Public administration, that's the solution to the C, the capability of the state. Prof. Mehdi, young people, 4IR, technology, this is our story. This is our story. The off-the-cuff remarks by the Deputy Minister Jeffries reminds us that we need to continually tweak our constitution. We need to evolve so that it's fit for purpose. Make sure that there's democracy, there's accountability, there's electoral reform. It's not written in stone, as he said. And I think JP Lundman and I haven't spoken much in the past, but if I was just to speak about growth in this country, the importance of growth, the importance of electricity reform, water reform, I would have said the same things as what he said. I think that was a very, very useful input. But the only problem with all of this is that we are a very fractured and divided nation. So we can't seem to come together. We cannot come together on a common narrative. We won't rule the world. We will not succeed if we are divided in this way. And that's, I think, where leadership comes in, engagement comes in, and that old South African useful idea of sufficient consensus ultimately has to come in, where leadership says this is the way that we will unite the country, and we've got sufficient consensus, and we will take people with us through that engagement. I agree that we are a sleeping giant. The progressive thoughts, the progressive ideas is a sleeping giant, but I'm afraid, Comrade Valley, it's an aging sleeping giant, and it needs to be revitalized. We cannot look backwards at how great we once were. We have to come up with a story about how great our young people are, so we can take ourselves forward. Those are my brief reflections. Thank you very much.
Well, I just wanted to add my voice to saying thanks for bringing us all together. I think that's one of the most important things in fact in this event, and I can't believe that I'm following those two speakers. So I think those were really profound. Following those two speakers. So I think those were really profound statements. What I was also told this morning by Halima was that we should focus on practical things. So I thought maybe it might be worth talking about what we would be thinking about when we have the National Convention. So let's think about it that way. Now, I'm thinking a lot about the state. And there's different ways of thinking. Some people think we don't think enough about the state. Many people are so disempowered, old comrades, people in business, people in civil society, that they say, you know what, I'm just not even going to think about the state. I'm not going to get involved. I'm just going to do my own thing. I'm going to do my own little NGO, my own little business, anything just to be away from the state. I don't think we can do that. You can survive without the state. You can be like Zimbabwe or countries that start to fall apart and everybody, but you can't achieve constitutional objectives. And particularly in a country with the kind of development issues that we have with high, incredible, inequality, poverty, and unemployment, and just the general development objectives, which are linked to our constitutional objectives, it is physically impossible to. A strong state and partnerships are essential to those happening, and therefore we must all stay committed, however frustrating, and it is frustrating, And it makes one angry being in this, but it is the only way. And I think it's incumbent on people who have, particularly people who are resource networked, as present company is, to be engaged with that. I think it's almost criminal to walk away from it, is the ethos of this. So now, I personally don't like using the word crisis, but I think we are in one. And, because that issue has been raised. Now, I'm thinking about this, what was said yesterday and today. And why is that? It's not because of the top line numbers. It's not when the economy is maybe shrinking at some point. It's not because unemployment has risen. It's because the institutions are crumbling. And it's starting now affecting private sector capability and the ability of private actors to act. I personally in work do across government, day-to-day basic routines falling apart because people don't know how to do their job. It's just that everything's falling apart. Nobody quite knows how to do their job. And that will lead to decline. Now, the thing about JP's presentation was that he was showing from 1975, as in the National Planning Commission, we were looking at from 1960. We've had low looking at from basically the past 40, 50, 60 years with a few years of growth. So in fact, if you think about the chart that he showed, it's not a line up and a line down, it's up and down and up and down. The interesting thing about South Africa is that despite sanctions and apartheid and all kinds of things, we never seem to go that as well. We seem to collapse. We just stay within this stop-start, some years of growth, some years of decline, some years of growth, some years of decline. And you can't grow consistently like that because you keep undermining that flow. You never get the acceleration and the momentum sustained. And that's what happened in the 2000s. It wasn't 10 years of growth. It was 3, 4, maximum 5 crisis. And the reason that is we hadn't built the institutions yet. We were just on capacity. We weren't doing enough to underpin manufacturing and the higher value kinds of activities and the education system. We were just starting. It was too fragile, and we actually hadn't done the kind of investments, that were needed at that time. So we have a kind of national problem that even precedes the democratic government, I think. We've got some kind of national psychosis that leads to that stop-start kind of fighting amongst each other, divisions that don't enable us to go forward. And it's not a way of thinking about growth. Now, there has been incredible movement in the private sector, no doubt, around Business for South Africa and a range of initiatives to try to drive forward and get involved. But having said that, I would propose, and it's no offense to the people who are here because that work is incredibly important, but you have to ask, what was the inflection point? Something happened in the past year or two, and I would suggest on crime and on logistics is what I'm thinking. And I would suggest it's because it finally hit the mining industry. And the mining industry does become a powerful lobby. It just hits in the face when suddenly coal exports couldn't get out the door. That was unbelievable for our economy. People don't protest when the containers don't get out. We haven't done enough around container traffic, which supports manufacturing. But when coal exports can't get out the door, or iron ore can't get out the door, it's very clear what's going on, and then you suddenly get a hit in the face. So then you get a letter going out saying the leadership needs to change in Transnet, et cetera, et cetera. You start getting a lockdown on the crime issue. It's just, you needed the momentum already happening with business lobbies, but there was a very obvious inflection point. Now, I may be wrong about that, but I've seen that happen before. I think that might happen. I predict that we probably we'll hear there will probably be a bounce back of the economy over the next 3 years. I think we're probably going to see, I don't know, we'll hear from the Reserve Bank at some stage, maybe not today, but in the next couple of weeks. I would predict that it's going to bounce back even 2% positive growth, which is not where we need to be, but certainly better than zero, which is very close to where we are now, is the reality. Now, that's because we've got 10 gigawatts coming on stream. And we're going to be thinking that everything's okay and we're out of a crisis, but we're actually not. We're going to do the same thing we did. It's cotton can collapse again, because that's what we do. That's what we've got to break out of. So I see that I've got to stop. I want to talk about the National Convention. Okay? Okay. I'm going to jump. Okay. We have to get out of that way of thinking. And even with the budget, what Enoch was raising yesterday, the Minister of Finance, he has, as the Minister of Finance, to think about these things in a static way. He has to think, how do I get revenue up? How do I bring costs down? What we should be thinking about nationally is how we get more performance. We need dynamic performance. We need to get more money. We need to get more impact. We have to start thinking about. So what would a national convention look like? And I'm not talking about the organizational principles. I'm thinking about what would we focus on, and I'm going to make some suggestions. And they come from a National Planning Commission paper that we put out in 2020. Very happy to share it. Come from a National Planning Commission paper that we put out in 2020. Very happy to share it with the organizers if people are interested. So what would be the principles? So I'm trying to be practical now. What would be some of the principles of how one would choose what an agenda would be? Firstly, just understand there's no one-shot solution. So the idea that there's going to be another party who's going to save the country, it ain't going to happen, people. Do you need political competition? Absolutely. But that's not going to save us. We need to change the way we operate. Secondly, what can help to have success? What's a key dependency? And where can we have success, and what kind of activity would build cohesion and bring people together? So I think those would be some of the principles of the choice. What are examples? Now, this may seem far-fetched because we feel so alienated from the state, or many, many people do. Firstly, the public policy issue I was talking about. We haven't had multi-year negotiations with the trade unions. We don't have a long-range personnel strategy in a country that desperately needs service delivery, where a third of the budget goes to, you've got over 1 million people work in it. We're talking teachers, nurses, people think bureaucrats, but it's teachers, nurses, police, it's all kinds of people who offer very basic and important services who people feel completely alienated from. We don't have a long-range strategy. Now that's something that we should be coming together around: remuneration, performance, right skill, right job, talent management, culture, the service orientation, a feeling that you're in service, not entitled. But there's no doubt why people feel that way, because everybody's alienated from each other. So there's an example of something where people may say, that's the state, but we've got to be getting our hands in there. Secondly, the leadership of these monopoly infrastructure as ease in market reform. Again, that sounds like a piece of jargon, but let's just look at the ESCOM story. ESCOM has to become smaller and reshape. It'll have to, because it's losing its biggest customers through the embedded generation program. I just referred to 10 gigawatts coming on stream, right? It's going to have to be smaller. If we don't reform ESCOM now, then the rich will be supported in big business and the poor won't have a service. That's how it's going to go. So we have to be getting the right leadership in place. That's 3, leadership in municipalities. There's already rules around how leadership should be appointed in municipalities, and it's not being done. People can get involved. Finally, the appointment of school principals. The rules changed around that to deal with corruption. It's not being done. Parents can get involved. Communities can get involved. Every child reading for meaning by age 10 is an economic program. It costs way more to the population at large, to education institutions, and to employers, because we don't deal with that root thing. Everybody could be involved in getting every child reading for meaning. Everybody in this country could be involved in something like that, and it solves one of our biggest economic problems. So these are my...
Thank you very much to our respondents. Would you please give them a round of applause? Much appreciated. Thank you for those insights. Thank you so much. we're just having a little bit of a chuckle with the prophet. I almost feel like a principal, and every time I come up here, it's like I'm about to crack a whip. But ladies and gentlemen, we do so with respect and understanding the fact that we did start a little bit delayed, so we want to catch up as much time as possible. We may have time for lunch, we may have time to discuss you a little bit earlier on. We're able to prepare for you to watch the box. You don't want to be sitting here at 9 o'clock, right? So let's all make sure that we are all ahead of time. And may I just kindly implore you for your patience. And however, I'm going to leave you in the strong, capable hands and with his glasses really rolled down. So you must know he's ready for action there. Please do welcome onto the podium my colleague as well as my counterpart, Professor Nadisi. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Faith. No Q&A, I'm afraid. We get straight to it. We obviously are kind of chasing time now, but I'm quite certain that the next set of panelists are very time conscious, and I guess one has to look at these sessions as planting thoughts or ideas. We may not have time to ponder and discuss, but if you are or you are fond of those late night sessions as I do, you can over Team Kurua or as New Zealand. So let's not despair too much that we cannot have Q&A sessions. But the idea is that we share ideas and perhaps we take these ideas further elsewhere. We are now on to the session that deals with trade and commerce. We have about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 speakers, and I'm going to ask these speakers please to join me here on the podium, starting with Minister Patel. Please come up. Starting with Minister Patel. From the Reserve Bank, then Mr. Sikhalugile, political economist from Wits School of Governance, please come up, and Michael Sachs. Michael, I saw you somewhere, from the Southern Center of Inequality Studies. So we're going to start with these 5 panelists, then thereafter we'll have 3 respondents. The respondents, please make sure you are around. We'll call you up onto the stage as soon as the 5 panelists are done. Yeah, can we start with, we pressed for time. I know Minister Patel has a lot of insight, and 10 minutes might not be enough for him, but 15 minutes, Ibrahim, should be fine. Thank you. and after him, please, can we then have, instead of me coming up, Dr. Enthoven, then Ms. Chazibana is on the program like that, right? Please, yeah. Thanks.
Well, thank you very much. It was very elegant. Guluwa and Gugu, colleagues and friends, thanks for the opportunity to share your reflection. And I want to organize my thoughts around 3 themes. The first is the context and defining our economic challenge. The second is briefly recalling the trends that are shaping our future. And third is navigating an increasingly complex landscape and really just plunge straight in, given the time challenges. Context. A few metrics sum up the challenges, but also the opportunity about Africa's place in the world. Africa accounts for 17% of the world's population, 3% of global GDP. And if we take as proxies for industrialization, steel or auto output, we account for 1% of global output. These numbers aggregate many sins of commission and omission, of history and legacy and contemporary policies. But whatever the many views about cause and responsibility, there can be no doubt about the need to change these metrics. You will know from the size, from the discussions previously, of the size of the economic problems, the data on growth, unemployment rates, poverty levels, inequality that characterizes our national challenge. Overlaying this, more recently we had 5 shocks to deal with. First, the biggest global pandemic since 1918, with a virus that shut down businesses, caused millions of deaths worldwide, and led to the largest recession since the Second World War, and major disruptions to global supply chains that would change how policymakers think about industrial policy. And JP Landman, I thought his presentation was excellent. I referred to some of that. Second, the largest unrest since the start of the democracy in July 2021, causing damage to physical and commercial infrastructure, significant loss of lives, but also it shook confidence. Third, a war in the heart of Europe, with a nuclear-armed country on the one side and nuclear powers backing the other side, with a sharp rise in fuel, fertilizer, and food prices. Fourth, the largest floods in living memory in South Africa's eastern seaboard that, among others, damaged the main freight goods train artery between our largest car maker, Toyota, unable to produce for more than 4 months. And finally, the debilitating energy shortage that has hit the economy, causing widespread load shedding, impacting on factories, families, and the community. Now, any one of these on their own would have been tough. Each came with enormous costs, but they also showed some remarkable examples of partnerships across the in COVID to provide health and social support to communities. The production of medical grade face masks, ventilators, sanitizers, and vaccines that, among many other things, earned us many foreign exchange when we were supplying this to other African countries. And collaboration now to fix the energy system. The economy has proven to be more resilient than many expected. And in the same period that these shocks shaped our context, we've also seen a number of positive developments. The auto industry in particular is an interesting example of successful industrial policy, with South Africa transforming its sector to a modern, competitive industry, employing over 100,000 workers in production, with more than 500,000 cars produced annually, 2/3 that we export to the rest of the world. And over the last 3 new models, the Corolla Hybrid, the D-Max Isuzu Bakkie, and the Mercedes C-Class. Now, the Mercedes C-Class is made in 3 places in the world. In Germany, Beijing in China, and Buffalo City in South Africa. And chances are, when you come across a C-Class vehicle anywhere in the world, it may have been made here in South Africa. With the production site not only of COVID vaccines now, we've started production of Africa's first anesthetic. We've landed the right to produce human insulin, announced last month in New York, and local manufacturing of meningococcal meningitis vaccines. We've stopped the sharp collapse of the clothing, poultry, and sugar industries, and we've got a growing number of value-added call center jobs servicing businesses in the UK, the EU, and elsewhere. A major competition reform project is now being used to open up concentrated markets. Last year, South Africa crossed the 2 trillion rand time, covering agriculture, manufactured products, and minerals. Over the last few years, South Africa began to generate, this is now since 2020, a surplus in trade with the EU for the first time since the 2008 global economic crisis. Now, let me contextualize this over a 10-year period. In 2012, South Africa ran a large deficit with Europe of about 90 billion rand. And by 2022, we had shifted that large deficit to a surplus of about 107 billion rand. Now, you may say, well, commodity prices. EU official data records show that South Africa's manufacturing share of exports to the EU has grown over that period from 38% of exports to 46% of exports. So my second set of remarks, having briefly covered context, is about the mega trends that are shaping and reshaping societies and how they impact on our landscape. Let me start with demographics. In a world of generally slowing overall population growth, Africa is an outlier in sub-Saharan Africa. We're poised to overtake both China and India in total population fairly shortly. Growing numbers of people will place in total population fairly shortly. Growing numbers of people will place growing pressure on the ecosystem, land, water utilization. And accompanying this population growth is a vast shift of people to cities in a process that has led to sprawling urban informal settlements everywhere in the continent you go. And yet the relentless forces of urbanization are also potentially the great opportunity for structural transformation of African economies, shifting to higher levels of productivity and value addition. And Africa will soon be a force. The next mega trend is climate change with immediate, not only impact. Climate change is impacting African droughts, changing weather patterns, impacting on agriculture, on lives and on livelihoods. It will constrain the path of industrial development for Africa. The carbon-intensive growth path fueled initially the European and US economies and later that of Southeast Asia and China is not available to South Africa and our continent. The next trend I want to point to is the rise of artificial intelligence and the speed with which digital innovations are reshaping our world. Whilst technological innovation has throughout history driven human development, yes, disrupted our world, and yet overall added to the expansion of human welfare, new technologies may well redefine work and labor markets more fundamentally than what we've seen in the past many centuries. Previous industrial revolutions have, perhaps counterintuitively to those looking at it at the time, they've massively increased the number of jobs in the world. Most of the changes in technology have cut new labor, though in many instances, even blue-collar work has increased over many, many decades. AI and smart robotics combine in doing the work of both blue and white-collar workers in a tectonic shift that raises questions about the future of work and its social organization that has defined societies. Think about it. It's not only a source of societies. Think about it. It's not only a source of income. We've organized around work. We found it in COVID. Absence of work just created enormous new challenges. Is this the industrial revolution that will expand, or that will not expand aggregate employment? The industrial revolution that started in Europe circa the 1760s eventually led to the 8-hour day, the 40-hour working week. Will how we work define the next 50 years? Finally, we have the new geopolitics, a more volatile, fractious, and crisis-prone world with heightened competition for leadership between the United States and China, of the technologies and the geopolitical power in the next part of the 21st century. This is defining. This is defining. This is resulting in a fraying international order and a retreat from economic openness and engagement, with signs of potential deep divides between economies and economic divergence, a world potentially of friend shoring and friend trading. Human progress has generally been advanced by openness to trade, to ideas, to technology, to travel. A world that turns inward, that seeks to may not only be a less safe world, but also a less prosperous world. This matters to South Africa. China is our largest trading partner. The US is our largest second largest national trading partner. The European Union is a very significant trade and investment partner. We value all these. We need to maintain and expand the economic relationship with each of these economic powerhouses, and to be an advocate for an inclusive global rules-based system. And that brings me to my third set of observations about navigating the landscape. There are enormous risks and costs in each of the forces shaping the contemporary age, and yet there's opportunity too. I want to point to a few examples, drawing on Africa's potential with critical minerals, new energy sources, and green industrialization. The shift from new sources of power across the world. Africa has vast reserves of the critical minerals needed to retool the global industrial base. from minerals for the new energy sources to minerals for storage units like the batteries used in power to power cars, but also for grid storage. These critical minerals include copper, cobalt, lithium, nickel, manganese, graphite, the PGMs, vanadium, and rare earth minerals. The choice we face is to repeat the pattern of the past, to simply be the supplier of raw materials to industrialized economies and seek to benefit from the commodity boom, or to shift trajectory and secure opportunity to industrialize off the back of these minerals. It will take effort and political courage, for it will because energy is picking up pace, particularly through private investment. I recall 10 years ago mandating the IDC to get into renewable energy at the time when the market was skeptical. Will South Africa walk this road? Today it has a portfolio of 15 billion rand in wind and solar energy, but more significantly, it's helped to unlock many multiples of billions of rands of private sector investment. Green hydrogen has very significant potential as the primary energy source of the future on the African continent, presents an opportunity to position ourselves as a supplier of green hydrogen to other parts of the world. Green hydrogen is expected to be a very large user of platinum group metals as catalyzers. The DTIC has been working on a green hydrogen commercialization strategy. Cabinet has recently adopted it, and we will be releasing it shortly. DeFi appliances. It's now producing solar-powered green fridges and freezers. There are local factories producing solar voltaic panels and wind turbines, already producing hybrid vehicles in South Africa. And we're finalizing this by partner countries that challenge our transition, such as the carbon border adjustment taxes, unilaterally interunion, or the enormous green subsidies in the US Inflation Reduction Act that may displace African green industrialization efforts, or the composition of trade with China, still largely characterized by African mineral exports instead of manufactured products. These are the differences we have. And to unlock these opportunities require investment, they require partnerships, they require thoughtful policies. I spoke earlier of the choice we face, simply to be diggers and growers, or to utilize the moment to promote both R&D on the African continent. At the heart of our mission must be to industrialize our economies, move up the value chain, master the greater complexity of our industrial strategies. Skills development, particularly between learning in academic settings and in workplaces, is important. It requires a reform of our post-schooling skill systems and the discipline of teaching and of learning. Regional value chains are key. Next week, we'll be highlighting successes with integrating regional value chains. The auto industry illustrates the potential. Our cars from South Africa that we export to the rest of the world have rubber from Cote d'Ivoire, Nigeria, Ghana, and Malawi in the tires, copper electrical systems from Zambia, wire harnesses made in Botswana, car seat covers manufactured in Lesotho, with steering systems and airbags from Tunisia. In the context of some of the challenges I sketched, rising population, dangers of seeking to industrialize in the old way, the pressures on work due to labor saving and labor replacing technologies, and crucially, the growing geopolitical complexity, Africa needs to think big. Doing nothing or simply doing what was done in the past will condemn the continent to stay as a recipient of foreign aid and a sender of minerals and migrants to other parts of the world. Africa does not currently have control of the technologies powering the green industrial revolution and the new digital economies, but it does have critical minerals. Africa needs a grand bargain with the rest of the world to provide access to its enormous resources, but as part of a significant and carefully worked out quid pro quo based on access to technology for production and partnerships that build our own R&D capacities, access to capital need for scale-up industrialization, and access to markets for our goods. One key building block is getting the political economy right. Though colonialism has left deep scars and apartheid's legacies continue to constrain and to shape the present, we do need to accept the responsibility of agency, of using the political space to change our trajectory, and in that way to break free from the shackles of the past, rather than to celebrate the shackles and explain the shackles. History is not destiny. We now have one of the basic building blocks in place for greater coordination within the continent on industrialization, namely the African Continental Free Trade Area. 54 African countries have signed on to the AfCFTA. The exception is Eritrea. 47 countries have ratified the treaty. Over the last 36 months, I've clocked up miles. We've locked in the rules of origin for 92% of products on the tariff book. That's 5,000 industrial products that we have rules of origin. Over the past 12 months, we finalized a common offer from the SACU 5 countries that we expect to gazette shortly. That's a key step to starting trade under the new preferences. As the world transitions to new climate, technological, and political realities, we need to pivot more active to building a wider African center of influence. In August, we hosted the BRICS Summit as a signal of partnership with a number of developing countries. Next week, we host the AGOA Forum with the United States as a signal of partnership with developed countries. Given the scale of our challenges, it's not a binary choice between East or West. It needs to be an engagement with both East and West, from within an Africa-anchored worldview. There will be some difficult conversations in arm wrestling. I pointed to some of them. Engaging a world that is divided and fracturing is always more complex, more fraught, one that needs more agility than simply succumbing to pressure. But if we get that position right, we can create new industrial value chains across our economy, benefiting our people and our continent. That is the grand prize. We must align our strategy and our plans, remain loyal to the underlying principle of just transition, and rally the many different sources of finance, local and international, private and public, to unlock these opportunities. I want to end to say we must challenge the narrative of pessimism that shows the progress we have made, that provides ground for hope and optimism and galvanizes the nation behind us. In a cynical and jaded age, I want to quote Mexican filmmaker Guillermo del Toro's on optimism. And I want to close with it. He says, optimism is radical. It is the hard choice, the brave choice. And it is, it seems to me, most needed now in the face of despair. Just as a car is most useful when you have a distance to close. Otherwise, it is a large, unmovable parked in the garage. These days, the safest way for someone to appear intelligent is being skeptical by default. We seem sophisticated when we say we don't believe, and disingenuous when we say, we do. History and fable have both proven that nothing is ever lost. David can take Goliath. A beach in Normandy can turn the tide of war. Bravery can topple the powerful. These facts often seem as exceptional. They're not. Every day we become the balance of our choices. Choices between love and fear, belief or despair. No hope, he says, is ever too small. Optimism is our instinct to inhale while suffocating. Our need to declare what needs to be in the face of what is. Optimism is not uncool. It is rebellious and daring and vital. That's him. I close by emphasizing that optimism is not closing one's eyes to the enormous challenges we face. It's a mindset with which we confront those challenges. Pessimism is comfortable. Optimism, the man says, is radical. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Thank you to Gugu and former President Motlanthe for inviting me to share my thoughts on the role of the private sector in building a more inclusive economy. Given more time, there are many things that I would like to share my views on, including things like the transformative power of supply chains in businesses, inclusive a living wage, the need to raise the ethical standards of business, the role of big business in helping to unleash the power of small business, and the opportunity for business to get behind significant national transformative projects like eradicating hunger and government. And the reason for this is I think it addresses a lot of the themes from yesterday and today. The theme of the need for action, the theme of the need to overcome fracture, the theme of the need for leaders in society to step back into the public space, the theme of the need to unlock investment, and the theme that the minister spoke about last night of addressing critical microeconomic challenges. It seems to me that we're united in this room that the biggest opportunity to drive poverty reduction and inclusion is to stimulate economic growth and investment. Higher levels of economic growth are an absolute precondition of society. There are two principal ways in which economic growth drives inclusion. The first is there are two principal ways in which economic growth drives inclusion. The first is in employment. The challenge we have, not just the 8 million South Africans who currently don't have work, adult South Africans who don't have work, it's the million young South Africans every year that join the workforce. If we can get our economic growth levels up to 5%, by 2030, we would have not only have absorbed all of the new entrants into the workforce, but also 2.5 million of the currently unemployed South Africans. While we do this, we also need to urgently enable self-employment in the semi-formal and informal market to flourish. Self-employment in South Africa is only 10% of our workforce, compared to 30% in most middle-income countries such as Turkey, Mexico, and Brazil. If we had the same level of self-employment in South Africa as they do, we would have an additional 3 million South Africans in work today. There is excellent work by Haroon Porat on this. The second major area where growth leads directly to great inclusion is the opportunity for the fiscus to not only cover their interest payments, but to grow the social wage. This year, the government expenditure budget is 2.25 trillion rand, and 60% of non-interest expenditure is on the social wage. In an excellent report by Colin Coleman and the demography, the economic growth that we experienced, tax revenues in real terms tripled. Social grants were extended from some 2 million South Africans to 16 million South Africans. An additional 6 million people were added to the workforce, and 7 million South Africans joined the middle class. The question of what it will take to spark a new wave of investment often causes confusion. Business is called upon to end the investment strike. But the very idea of an investment strike is a misnomer. Investment decisions are not collective decisions. They're made by individual investors and companies. When the prospects of acceptable returns are not there, they will not invest, no matter how much they're encouraged or cajoled. Conversely, when their investment outlook improves and confidence returns, a wave of investment is likely to follow. And this is why Larry Summers so often spoke about confidence being the cheapest form of stimulus. We will only be able to build investor confidence when they see the tide turn. In a talk I heard by Michael Sachs a couple of years ago, he made an important comment on South Africa's debt. He said the problem with so much the absolute level of the debt, but the trajectory. And the same can be said of our country and economy more broadly. 10 years, each year has been worse than the previous one. Over the last 10 years, each year has been worse than the previous one. And this tide has been one way out of doom. Pessimism and carping are anathema to me, not for the reason that what is said is generally factually wrong, but because of the fatalism, defeatism, and passivity that usually accompany them. We in business truly believe that a great many of our most intractable problems are solvable. Our view that the partnership that we initiated earlier this year between business leaders and government is a very significant step in moving to solve the most urgent of them. I spent the COVID years. COVID was a national crisis that brought the country together. It required a united, singular effort, and business and civil society played a major role in empowering citizens, supporting the health system, rolling out vaccines, and responding to the humanitarian crisis. We brought all the resources we could muster to form what was recognized as one of the most effective national multi-sector partnerships in the world. An important feature of the Solidarity Fund was that it was not intended to create a parallel initiative. It was established to harness the society to support and augment the national response to the crisis, led by government. And this is very much the model that is being applied in the current partnership with government. As in COVID, today business and government are shoulder to shoulder in a partnership of equal magnitude, but this time to catalyze significant short-term interventions that will reignite belief in our future. There's a shared view between government and business that the most crucial short-term interventions to implement and build a positive national trajectory are fixing logistics, in particular ports and freight rail, tackling organized crime. Each of these three crises present imminent existential threats to our young democracy. Conversely, if we succeed, we will turn mood in the country, rebuild confidence, and get the investment flywheel turning. As JP Landman argued, the massive private sector investment that is required to solve our energy and logistics crises will kickstart this investment flywheel. There have been countless attempts in South Africa over the years to compact. And these efforts have almost universally failed to materially change anything. So it is valid to ask why we should expect a different outcome this time around. This initiative is different from previous compacting or partnership efforts in 5 important respects. The first is that we developed a new collaboration muscle during COVID that is well suited to the challenges that we face today. I spoke earlier about the unprecedented way in which business partnered with government during COVID and the significant impact that we had on the ability to respond to the crisis. We now know how to do this, and many partnerships are now also involved with this partnership. The second is that the sense of crisis around these 3 areas is qualitatively different this time around. And crisis spurs action, particularly one that is so devastating on jobs and livelihoods. The social cost of our failure in these 3 areas is already devastating, but nothing like it will be if the decline continues. And Churchill famously said, "Never let a good crisis go to waste." The third thing that is qualitatively different about this initiative is that it is so focused. Like with COVID, we are not trying to boil the ocean and solve all of our problems simultaneously. Most previous initiatives have been very broad and high level, focused on, like COVID, the focus of the partnership is execution, not vision or policy. In this sense, and this is important, this is not a conventional compacting process. It is much more akin to the partnership to deal with COVID. All of our collective energy is directed at significant, tangible actions that will alter the trajectory in the short term to deal with COVID. All of our collective energy is directed at significant, tangible actions that will alter the trajectory in the short term. The template is the Energy Action Plan. This plan was announced by the President in July 2022 and is a detailed plan of action to provide a lasting solution to load shedding. The plan essentially has 3 pillars. First, fix Eskom and ensure the optimal performance of our existing generation capacity. Second, urgently add new generation capacity to address the current shortfall and declining performance of the existing power stations. Third, to reform and modernize the energy sector. And we need to do all 3 of these simultaneously. If we do any of 2 of these, third, we will fail. After its announcement, the Energy Action Plan was wholeheartedly endorsed by business as the most credible and effective path to ending load shedding. This meant complete alignment between government and business on what needs to be done, and we can get on with execution and not waste time arm wrestling on policy. The 5th difference is that the business effort is being driven by business leaders as opposed to business organizations, and they are bringing significant resources to the table. COVID, they are committing substantial financial and human resources as a world-class full-time team led by Martin Kingston at B4SA, focused exclusively on making sure that this partnership succeeds in its objectives. Business is also helping to facilitate government in selecting that this partnership succeeds in its objectives. Business is also helping to facilitate government in selected areas, The central reason why the diagnosis of why this is the case and how it should be remedied has been comprehensively dealt with by IVA, and IVA, I can assure you of the emphatic support from business for the efforts to professionalize the civil service. I think there's absolutely no question that this is the biggest short, medium, and long-term problem to solve. But in the short term, a major gap is in the program management capacity needed to coordinate and drive execution. This has been complex initiatives that intersect with multiple government departments. What is different now is that the president has built a highly skilled and effective delivery unit in the presidency, which is proving vital in coordinating and driving execution. UK, Chile, Brazil, and has accepted global best practice for improving government execution. To support the delivery unit, business has established an independent, transparent, and neutral entity modeled on the Solidarity Fund called the Resource Mobilization Fund. The purpose of the RMF is to ensure arm's length secondments in government that are not contaminated by vested interests. As a result, world-class capability and capacity has been added to NECOM to support the implementation of the Energy Action Plan, and similar capacity in the process has been put in place for logistics and crime. In addition to the capacity in the presidency, business is also seconding significant resources to key projects in Eskom and Transnet, such as helping to accelerate the restarting of Katila Units 1, 2, and 3. They have now been brought back on stream ahead of schedule. Against all predictions, Eskom EAF recently went slightly above 60% for the first time in many months, and there's still a long way to go, but progress is being made. I'd like to conclude talking about a recent pledge by some 150 South African major corporates. The companies and CEOs behind the pledge reach across all sectors of the economy. Together, they represent listed companies with a combined market capitalization of in excess of 11 trillion rand and 1.2 million employees. The pledge is both symbolically and materially significant. The pledge reads, as South African business leaders, we firmly believe in the potential of our country. We are committed to bring it and have come together to address the current challenges with the aim of achieving sustainable, inclusive economic growth. Through strategic partnerships and focused interventions, we have the power to make a significant and positive impact on our nation, creating hope for all South Africans. We are resolutely committed to being a force for good. It is significant because in the face of pessimism and despair, business leaders are standing up to say that we care about this country. We are South Africans first. More than any, we are going to roll up our sleeves and be all in to build a better future for the country. We have been criticized by some, but for us, it is utterly unconscionable that we should sit back and do nothing to silently and passively witness the continued immiseration of our fellow South Africans. And there's so much that we have to offer. Clearly, there are pitfalls that we need to navigate, including ensuring clear bounds on the appropriate ambit and limits of private sector involvement in matters of national interest and importance. We are navigating them as best we can, and I can assure you that all of us involved in this partnership have no other agenda than to make South Africa work. The point was made last night, if not you, then who? The simple truth is, we all need to be the leaders we've been waiting for. We are all custodians of this fragile democratic project, and history will judge us harshly if we do not do everything in our individual and collective power to make it work.
Program Directors, President Atlante, Mrs. Atlante, trustees of the foundation, and all dignitaries present, our hosts and colleagues. It's a great honor to be among you today and to partake in this robust. It's a great honor to be among you today and to partake in this robust discussion on the key challenges facing our country. I've been in public service for half of my life, so I'm one of those people. On the key challenges facing our country. I've been in public service for half of my life, so I'm one of those people. And I'm currently part of a mandatory authority. And one of the things I was taught in my younger days of joining the public service, that when you are an authority, you do not have the luxury that the public has. I cannot stand and lament you about the problems. because as authorities, monetary authority, and one of the things I was taught in my younger days of joining the public service is that when you are an authority, you do not have the luxury that the public has. I cannot stand and lament to you about the problems, because as authorities, we are the ones that ought to focus on the public sphere. So I hope I'm going to stick to the mandate as I touch on some of the issues. Include the importance of accountability of public institutions, the importance of governance frameworks that enable professionals to focus on delivering on the work that they are mandated to do, and the need for continually testing whether policy is delivering against expected outcomes. Now, nowhere is this more important and more true than in a central bank, because in the central bank. But this is also the institution that today has probably become the most prominent point of discussion in our political economy debate today. So every 8 weeks, the governor stands before South Africa to account on decisions made by the Monetary Policy Committee. Included in that statement, whether you agree or disagree with it, is that the statement covers and makes visible the reasons for that decision. And we who keep wanting to high rates. But that visibility in decision-making is what enables us to have discussions and to have this robust public debate about whether the central bank is doing what it is supposed to be doing. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is contestation, and it is healthy in the context of the discussion that we have. So as I stand here today, I hope that while we might not have a single view on how we get there, that there is convergence, that in an economy like South Africa, we have to have inflation that is low in order to maintain the purchasing power that we have as individuals, and in order to ensure that we remain competitive in trade as a country. And if our trading partners have inflation of 3% or lower, we are already on the back foot if our inflation is higher. So while the general conversation on central bank focuses on this visible part of our work, I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint today. I'm not going to talk about interest rates. I'm going to stick exactly to the mandate that I was given. So interest rate setting and focus on inflation is not the only way in which the central bank touches the lives of South Africans and contributes to trade and commerce. Our currency production and our payment systems probably have an even larger yet unnoticed role that they play. And many of you wonder, I don't think any of you wonder actually about the authenticity of the money that you withdraw from the ATM every day. And you entrust this function to a single institution. But I don't remember the central bank getting called to account about these banknotes that we all have in our pockets. But at the SARB, this is what we have to do continually. We have to continually invest in maintaining the integrity and the quality of our banknotes. So you recall that we recently launched upgraded banknotes with enhanced security features, tweeting, and to enhance features for the visually impaired in order to assist their interaction with their money. Because of this work, we have one of the lowest on our currency. Now, some of you might not use cash, I know, but country. You might wonder why I'm touching on this obscure element of the work that we do, or this forgotten part of the important work that the central bank does. But I highlight this because once people start trusting the authenticity of their banknotes, they start to look for alternative currencies, and you know what it is that has happened in the world. We are privileged, ladies and gentlemen, to live in a country where we have the certainty that when we make online payments and we purchase things, the payment will arrive on the other side of the merchant. And indeed, there will be petrol at our local petrol station, which requires multiple payment transactions. So this is what I'm going to utilize the bulk of my time talking about today, which is the role of the national payment system and how it contributes to trade. Yesterday, we spent time talking about infrastructure. But the one infrastructure that is an essential backbone to this economy is the national payment infrastructure. We call these things market infrastructures. They enable trade, they enable capital flows between us and our trading partners. Now, a national payment system is a set of arrangements and infrastructures that enable customers, businesses, and other entities to effect financial transactions, including making payments to one another, issuing payment instructions. The national payment system enables this linking of ourselves with our global trading partners, and it plays an important part in the South African economy with the rest of the world. A well-functioning national payment system also helps us to achieve broad social objectives. Now, I'm not going to touch on that too much today, but we know what has happened in our countries, in our country when it has been difficult to remit cash at home. And those of us who in the past at ShopRite and at other places where we are sending cash around know that that is often, sometimes, a tool that assists people that are on the brink of poverty, that are separated from family members by distance, to getting their livelihoods back on track at the end of the day. And we launched in March this year as the central bank PaySharp, and I discovered yesterday not everyone knew what is PaySharp. So I'll tell you a little bit about what PaySharp is. So PaySharp, what is PaySharp? So I'll tell you a little bit about what PaySharp is. So PaySharp was launched by, so I'll tell you a little bit about what PaySharp is. So PaySharp was launched by Bank South Africa, which is owned by the banks. It's a payments infrastructure. The idea with PaySharp is to have something cash-like. You will all remember days when someone had made a transfer to you and they said the money on the way. Well, with PaySharp, the money is no longer in the way. It is linked by phone numbers. Yes, it is enabled through the banking system at present, but it is there so that within 10 seconds or in under a minute, when you make the payment, it's already important in how we engage and how we make cash payments. And we hope that it will also bridge on what is it that you can do to enable and to assist. Focusing on ensuring that South Africa has an efficient, resilient, safe, and cost-effective national payment system. And we have to do this by ensuring that our payment systems are integrated with the payments in other parts of the world. We also have to ensure that there is innovation and that we are cognizant of the innovations that are happening around us, and ensuring that there are these interconnections of different types of payments, because that's not really your problem. That's not what you want to worry about as citizens. So whether someone is working through a direct bank account or e-wallet, you want to have a mechanism that is integrated in order for payments to work. So we have launched what we call Vision 2025. I would really encourage you, if you have time, to go and have a look at what we are proposing as a start. Traditionally, payments have been considered to be the domain of banks, but we have seen regional integration moving very quickly. We are also seeing financial sector players or other non-financial entities that are coming forth with technologies that are enabling payments. So I think that these are important issues that we reflect on as we are talking about what else can be done. I'm just hoping that today I am helping with some building blocks. So a few program directors, a few words on the contribution of central banks to regional integration. So with regional economies becoming more integrated, payment systems have to be accommodative of these needs to ensure the efficient movement of monies between markets. In 2013, the SADC Central Bank launched the SADC RTGS, which is run out of the SAR. And the settlement currency in the SADC RTGS is a South African rand. Happened. We were all transacting with each other in multiple currencies, none of our own. And what the RTGS has done in 10 years is, firstly, it has reduced the cost of trading, plus it has enabled us to use one of our more than 3.1 million transactions, and the value in rand is 12.4 trillion that has gone through this regional RTGS, which is just SADC-based. And we have 91 participating banks from all of our SADC countries that participate as part of this SADC RTGS. So where to from now? Minister Patel spoke about the intra-Africa trade and taking that forward. The Association of African Central Banks is now looking at a project where we are going to be linking the payment systems of SADC, East and West Africa, in order to ensure that we can enable these trade platforms. Ladies and gentlemen, as I wrap up, Minister Patel said that unlocking investment needs thoughtful policy. And I would like to add the following to what Minister Patel has said. Unlocking investment needs thoughtful policy that is visible, where we can measure what we're doing with clear outcomes, where we account on execution. So today, as I talk about the work of the central bank, I hope to leave you with the following thoughts and look at what is the central bank doing, what is it that it ought to be doing, and let's have a broader discussion about the effectiveness of all its tools and whether they are really being used in the right way. There are many things that are being debated today that the central bank should do, yet we must recognize that there are things that a central bank cannot and must not do, and a central bank is not there in the role of other government agencies, but there is much more that bank is not there to take the role of other government agencies, but there is much more that is at our disposal, and we are committed to doing our part, certainly, and contributing to the furthering of trade and commerce. Thank you.
Thanks, Prof. Former President Mhlante, Member Mhlante, distinguished guests, afternoon, and thank you very much for putting on a platform to share the thoughts on the critical issues that currently affect our society. One finds himself in a very unenvious situation, or the Achilles heel of our economy currently. But we'll try to do our best to address the concerns around one calls victims of political symbolism. I call SOEs victims of political symbolism because of what many have spoken about since yesterday.
lack of policy implementation. Look, since 1994, there's been an array of socioeconomic policies and interventions on what purpose SOE should serve, on what should be done to SOEs. I'll go back to the first socioeconomic policy in post-1994, the Reconstruction and Development Plan. RDP was quite succinct. The role of parastatals was to provide cheap and efficient services. And also there was a need to dispose of parastatals that lacked strategic purpose. We went to GEAR in 1996. GEAR spoke about privatization and restructuring of SOEs. GEAR we went to ASGISA, where ASGISA said that SOEs have a very pivotal role in providing infrastructure, reliable infrastructure for the growth that was forecasted. We moved to 2010, the NGP, New Growth Path. The New Growth Path was quite unambiguous. It said that SOEs have a very clear role to play in terms of the provision of infrastructure in the region. We go to the National Development Plan 2012. 2012 says that SOEs have a very strategic role to play in terms of economic and social infrastructure provision in pursuit of our national objectives. These are very key socioeconomic policies in the post-1994 era. In addition to this, there has been a number of interventions to restructure, or rather to introduce reforms in the SOE sector. I spoke about GEAR earlier. GEAR in 2000 was followed by what was referred to a policy framework towards the restructuring of SOEs. A very detailed plan in terms of how to be improved in the country. From the year 2000, we had the Presidential Review Committee on SOEs. Overarching legislation showed that the strategic purpose of mandate for SOEs, to know the answer of what happened to those policy positions and proposals. They were never implemented. I think we as South Africa, or public service, lacks the inability, and at times it chooses not to act, and at times also it's a combination of both. I call this SOEs victims of political symbolism because political symbolism has become our policy craft. The development and production of policy in South Africa is given more credence and support than the actual implementation of policies itself. We see policies as a means to an end, or rather as an end rather than a means to an end. We celebrate policies as if we have achieved reforms. I'll give a clear example. Transnet currently is going, through its own challenges. One of the things that has been coming up is that we'll give, or rather there's a turnaround strategy that's been developed. No, that's not an actual reform and that's not an actual plan. I'll give you an example. Between 2008 and 2013, South African Airways had at least 9 turnaround strategies and plans in 50 years. That's one turnaround strategy and plan every 20 months on average. So we should never celebrate the development of plans and turnaround strategies. It must be about the implementation of those. And I must add as well that one of the contributory factors to lack of implementation of those turnaround plans and strategies at SAA was the high turnaround of executives. Leadership instability has been something that has characterized our SOE sector. In addition to this, we have general skills challenge. The lack of state capability is something that many speakers address since yesterday. In relation to our SOE sector, we have an oversight institution, which in this instance, the Department of Public Enterprises. Currently, the department is being reduced to what one could call a ceremonial or a symbolic department. Because one, it does not necessarily have the right kind of skills to provide oversight. In simplistic terms, oversight is the ability to hold people accountable. With an institution, which is the DPE, it lacks the necessary skills, number one. Even the processes that are put in place are actually inadequate. I'll give an example. Minister Konongwane is load shedding into the forecast. What the proper risk management tools with the of load shedding? In addition to what Minister has said, that statement indicated either the department itself does not have the right processes for risk management, or that there's lack of coordination and collaboration between Treasury and the department itself does not have the right processes for risk management, or that there's lack of coordination and collaboration between Treasury and coordination. It means National Treasury to say this is our forecast. The two, Mr. Gordon, I don't know which one is it. Now, currently, we have a situation where there's a SOE reform initiative through the Presidential State Enterprises Council. The National State Enterprises Bill has come out of that process. Fine, the process is not yet concluded because I think the PSEC is yet to release its report. But some of the proposed interventions are already coming out. The National State-Owned Enterprises Bill is nothing new. It's actually old gifts in new packages. The PRC, Presidential Review Committee of 2012, one of the major recommendations it made is that there should be an overarching legislation for our SOEs. In essence, what PSEC is currently doing and proposing is a recycling of a policy position that's already taken. Hence, I say is a recycling of old gifts in new packages. Another aspect of the PSEC work is to identify which SOEs should be rationalized, consolidated, and ultimately some disposed of. How different is that from what GEAR proposed? What the national, policy proposal towards the restructuring of SOEs? By the way, that document is from 2000. It's more than 20 years old. I mean, I remember thinking about old policies that are hardly implemented. I remember when the ESCOM and BAN, we were establishing a new SOC, transmission or whatnot. People were up in their arms. By the way, that is from the white paper on energy from 1998 already. So you can see the level of implementation paralysis that we as a country have experienced post-1994. But enough of the challenges. Look, the current reforms, even though, as I said, the PSEC work is not concluded, the proposal to have a holding company presents South Africa with an opportunity to rectify its mistakes when it comes to SOEs, some say SOCs. Look, there's concerns around the state of the National State-Owned Enterprises Bill in its current form. Some have suggested that it gives the president too much powers. And one of the critical areas that has been a concern in SOEs is the politicization of what. There's a few concerns, but ultimately the bill offers hope. there's an opportunity to harmonize governance standards across all SOEs, governance regulations, a chance to professionalize our SOEs, and there's quite a few advantages. So these current reforms should not only be about remedying what has been wrong in the past, but rather serve as a launching pad of how to strategically think about SOE going forward. And our input, SOEs should be strategically aligned to development objectives of the country. Our SOEs should play a very pivotal role in the industrial development of South Africa. With that said, currently now we go through the just energy transition. What significant role has our SOCs played in the transition, besides being procurers of energy? That's it. We need to position our SOEs to be more innovative, not only shape markets, but also contribute to creating new ones. And just to add to what Dr. Stavros said earlier about economic policy and the manners of politics and all of that, SOCs are actually a very great foreign policy instrument. Minister Patel here mentioned the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. For that to work, Minister, we need regional integration. And for that regional integration to happen, we need infrastructure. And that's where our SOCs and SOE come in. Use our SOEs or position them to facilitate the regional integration. By the way, Africa, because sustainable development, or rather, the trade between African countries has proven to be more sustainable than when Africa conducts its trade with countries outside of it. So facilitate the regional integration, but also use this as vehicles to provide regional infrastructure. With that, I say thank you.
I was asked to talk about a sustainable and inclusive recovery. My clicker doesn't seem to be working. Now it works twice. I don't know what's going on now. Don't know if the technical people can help me. Or is it going to come? Can you go to the first slide? Oh yes, thank you. Thanks for. Yeah, I pressed it, but let's see if it works. A sustainable and inclusive recovery. I wanted to start with this graph, which is very similar to, or it's the same information essentially that JP Landman earlier this morning. It shows GDP per capita in real terms. In this case, since 1990. So you can see that in 1994, South Africa's income per capita was somewhere in the region of 60 or 65,000 Rand per person. And it grew very rapidly in the period between 2002 and 2008 to reach around 80,000 Rand per person. Effect of the global financial crisis 2008 and 9. But after that, GDP per capita rebounded and continued to grow. There was a recovery. And then GDP per capita peaked in about 2012 at about 80,000 Rand per capita, and it's been stagnating since then. The flow, as it was described, I think, by Minister Patel, of COVID-19 is very visible there in 2020, reducing our GDP per capita. There was somewhat of a rebound, but you can see there in the kind of shaded portion, that's now the IMF's projection of what South Africa's GDP per capita is likely to look like in the next few years. And what I take away from that graph is that there is no recovery. In fact, the issue of recovery is probably the wrong framing of our current economic situation. What we have is a decade of stagnation, which now continue. And of course, I think JP Landman did a very good job, and others, I think Minister Patel as well, as describing the various shocks, load shedding, the COVID pandemic, the war in Europe, floods, etc., that have constrained our growth in this short period. But behind that is a decades-long stagnation, which seems to indicate that even if we were to address those constraints, it's not that clear that we would continue on a path of economic growth and rising GDP per capita. If you take that graph back further, say to 1970, you will see it has been stagnating for a very long time. This indicates, if we go back to the questions posed by Nick Benadel, that indeed we have a structural or strategic crisis, which we had strategic crisis of this economy, which we had hoped would be resolved by the transition to democracy. We hoped that that would reverse the steady decline of the South African economy and put it on a path of growth and development. But that did not occur. It's only during the period between 2002 and 2012 that the South African economy grew. And that period precisely defines a particular period in world history of China's emergence as an industrialized nation. And so the period between 2002 and 2012 coincided with the largest and most sustained boom in the prices of South Africa's commodity exports, platinum, coal, iron ore, and others, in our history, going back 150 years. That period was to South Africa's economy in history. I think that, not the combination of TMs, is the explanation behind that period of growth. It was not a self-generated path of growth and development that resulted from good policy. It was largely the fortunes that were bestowed on us by global development. Right now, when we talk about the recovery and whether the recovery is going to be inclusive, I think it is not going to be inclusive. Because first of all, as I've said, I don't really think there is a recovery. There's a continuation of stagnation. And that stagnation has led to constraints on fiscal policy. And it's now also, partly because of the global context, been associated with rising interest rates. So the constraints on fiscal policy have resulted in a fiscal consolidation process, or you could call it austerity, which is focused entirely on the expenditure side of the budget. And that may be warranted in macroeconomic terms, but in terms of inequality, it is very, very likely to worsen inequality in South Africa, because we are looking at reducing salaries of a very large component of the lower middle class. In other words, public servants. That's what's being achieved now with fiscal policy, is a significant reduction in the salaries of public servants, teachers, doctors, police officers, and nurses in the main. Also, the social and criminal justice and healthcare are being eroded. And as they're being eroded, though affluent South Africans are moving into the private provision of those services. So over the last 10 years, since about 2012, the number of police officers employed in South Africa has fallen by about 20,000 personnel, or the number of people employed by the South African Police Service has fallen by about 20,000. Over the same period, the number of private security guards employed has increased by about 100,000. So you have a big shift of social services from the public sector into the private sector. Secondly, as interest rates rise, and I take a view that actually our own Reserve Bank has little direct control over interest rates. The most important interest rate in the economy is not the repo rate, it's the 10-year bond yield, which is both a long-term interest rate, it's set in markets, it's not set by the Reserve Bank. It's been rising and rising. And that, what does this rise in interest rates mean? It means increasing profitability of private banks. So interest is like rent. You know, you're borrowing an asset from somebody, and you have to, like, it could be a house, you're living in a house, you pay rent. You borrow money from somebody, you pay rent to the person you've borrowed money with. A large share of government bonds are held on the balance sheet of our banks, and as the interest rate rises, income is being redistributed towards the banks, the financial sector, and the most affluent in society. Again, I'm not criticizing the policy. I'm just saying, is this recovery likely to be inclusive? And I think no, it's not. It's likely, actually, the trajectory we're on is one of worsening inequality. So if I'm right, if we've been on a path of perhaps a generation, perhaps more, we hope that the democratic transition reached a different path of development, but it hasn't. We had a brief interlude during the commodity super cycle, and we've now returned to a path of stagnation. There's two economies in the world that exhibit path of GDP per capita. It's us and Argentina. Developed economy, and over the last year, it's become increasingly poorer and a developing economy. So what is the answer to this problem? Some people believe the answer is macroeconomic stimulus. Is government must spend more money, the Reserve Bank must lower interest rates, and then we will be on a different path of development. I don't think that's the right answer. I think that the question we need to ask, at least, we need to go back to some of the debates that we had in the 1990s. The last speaker mentioned the RDP, about the relationship between redistribution and growth. Had this debate about should it be, it was an interesting academic debate amongst economists in the early 90s. And we ended up concluding that essentially, if we have growth, we will generate the resources that will enable redistribution to occur, and that will solve our social problems, and then through that there will be more cycles of growth. And I think that is what has informed our approach to development since then, and continues to, and we hear the shades of that debate, even in this panel, when I heard AD say very strongly that growth leads to inclusion. If we want inclusion, we must have growth. And Minister Patel is also couching our problem fundamentally as one of industrial development and fixing the economy, the productive economy. And if we fix the productive economy, then we can solve the problems of social underdevelopment with the resources it generates. Now, the problem with this argument is that it has already failed. Also, the argument actually about macroeconomic stimulus has also already failed for the same reasons, or in the same context, because during that period between 2002 and 2012, under the leadership of the 3 TMs, we had a very large expansion of the state. We had, and the expansion of the state, you can see firstly in the expansion of the number of people employed in the state, the nurses, the doctors, the police officers, and the teachers expanded hugely during that period. The pay that those people received under that administration, with the implementation of the occupation-specific dispensations from 2007, also substantially improved. We had a very large expansion of social grants. And beginning with Asgisa, if anyone remembers that, we had a very large state-led infrastructure program led by Transnet and Eskom, but also complemented by massive investments in roads by Sanral, a very large increase in municipal infrastructure investment across every sector of the public economy. Infrastructure investment improved. So during that period of growth, you had an expansion of the state, an expansion of social grants, a state-led infrastructure program at the end of 2012, but at the end of which we returned to this path of stagnation of GDP per capita. And so this idea that there will be growth, and growth will generate the resources that the state can then use for redistribution, and that will put us on a new path of development, did not work. It's been tried and it has failed. What I want to suggest is that we need to go back to the debate and we need to ask whether it is not redistribution that is the binding constraint on growth, rather than growth being the binding constraint on redistribution. However, I also want to say the way we conceived of redistribution in those debates in the 1990s was needs to be revisited, because we conceived of redistribution as fundamentally about the redistribution of income. So the market generates growth, and then the state taxes that growth and takes the proceeds and gives income to people through social grants or through student subsidies or through what other sources of income that are provided to people. And we now have this paradox where South Africa is the most redistributive state in the developing world, have the highest levels of inequality anywhere in the world. So the idea that you're going to redistribute more income and then that will result in an easing of inequality doesn't seem to be sustained in our own experience. Distribution, from a redistribution of income to a redistribution of assets. Because while our state is, as I've said, amongst the most effective states in the developing world in raising taxes and distributing the proceeds in the form of income. So we've been very good and very effective at redistributing income. All of the policies we have that aim to redistribute assets have essentially been effective. What kind of policies am I talking about? Well, obviously, the redistribution of land has not occurred. The redistribution of the ownership of capital through Black economic empowerment has been a failure, because we still have capital owned overwhelmingly by the same concentrated in certain corporations. We still have monopoly and concentration. We don't have deconcentration. We don't have but in a modern economy, we also need to think about, when we think about assets, we might not only think about physical assets, but we might also think about human capital. and ask whether our skills, education, and training system has been a success. And I think the answer will be no. Despite the resources allocated to it, we have a skills training system that is a failure, that is not working. And the last one I wanted to mention is housing. So our housing policy, because government housing projects are focused on extending the township in a direction that moves in. So maybe I'll give you two quotes in conclusion. The first is Goran Thorbjörn, the Swedish sociologist, who says that inequality is a violation of human dignity. It is a denial of the possibility for everybody's human capabilities to develop. It takes many forms and has many effects. Premature death, ill health, humiliation, subjugation, discrimination, exclusion from knowledge or from mainstream social life, poverty, powerlessness, stress, he should have added depression, insecurity, anxiety, a lack of self-confidence, and of pride in oneself, and exclusion from the opportunities and life chances. Inequality then is not just about the size of our wallets, it is a socio-cultural order, which for most of us reduces our capabilities to function as human beings, our health, our self-respect, and our sense of self, as well as our resources to act and participate in the world. So there is no better illustration of this idea of inequality as a socio-cultural order. There's no better illustration of that than South Africa. And until we undo and transform that social order, I really doubt that we will have any serious sustained process of growth in this country. I think it also points very directly to the crisis of our politics. And I want to just quote another person to illustrate this, and that's Michael Sandel, the Harvard legal theorist, I suppose, that democracy does not require perfect equality, but it does require citizens to share, that people of different backgrounds and social positions encounter one another and bump up against one another in the course of everyday life. For this is how we learn to negotiate and abide by our differences, and how we come to care for the common good. So the unifying vision, I think, that the struggle against apartheid was about, and the kind of vision that we should revive in the sense of that Vali Musa spoke about it, is the idea of a common society. So let us not say we need growth and that will give us solutions to social problems. Let's say, how do we redistribute assets in a way that creates opportunities for growth? Thank you.
A round of applause for the entire panel, please. I'm going to depart from practice slightly. I'm being leaned upon by Google, yes, to allow for a Q&A because Ibrahim has to go somewhere. So we'll take a brief questions, Q&A. In case there are people who want to pose a few questions to the minister, and thereafter we'll have the respondents come into the podium. Any questions? Paddy 2. Gentleman next to you, Paddy. And there's 3 there. Over here, that's enough. Right?
Thank you very much. I have a question from Minister Patel. When you look at the outcome, of the last between 2010 and 2019, before all these other changes arises, what we find is that manufacturing employment basically is stagnated, and manufacturing output has basically grown by less than 1% annually. So there is obviously something is not right that over a 10-year period, despite all the industrial policy optimism, and it's not the first time we are exposed to the stories that tell us to be optimistic, but the facts, the numbers catch up and show that the manufacturing, if we go back even further, we find that the share of manufacturing employment, manufacturing output has declined. So I would like to ask, if possible, maybe you can also highlight some of issues that are actually challenging in terms of not globally, but also internally, that these outcomes continues regardless of these optimistic stories, that the facts end up being, in a continuous fashion, decline of the manufacturing sector, but also internally, that these outcomes continues regardless of these optimistic stories, that the facts end up being, in a continuous fashion, decline of the manufacturing sector. Doesn't the fact that, for example, credit extension in
I think the point has been made.
was 15% annually, and now it's 5-6% annually. So
Yeah, thank you. Let's cut down on the tribute, especially because Paddy, you're about to ask a question. So straight to the point, please.
Yes, I'll stick to the point. And I'll stick to the most went to the oracle in 2020 is and the number of projects. Why is it that we are failing to ask the question? Did government listen to US business or did it in those 1,000 pages? And ask the correct question, which is, why would government fail to listen to you? And what gives you confidence that the second round of going to the oracle, you are only given 3 projects: energy, rail, and rail. Now the urgent have become the important. When in actual fact, when you were there, you had a whole list of things, even with targets around how South Africa would look like. Why is it the government not easy to discuss those important targets and how you get, such as unemployment coming to 15%, growth coming to 6%, debt to GDP ratio. Now, what gives us confidence, now that we've gone back to the oracle and you come with the urgent, which are not really the important? Thank you.
Thank you, Paddy. I was really restraining myself. Third question.
I hope Chair, you won't discriminate me because of my age. I know that you are near half a century. My name is Lukonami. I think we underestimate an incapable state. Just recently, Samba reversed its own preferential procurement policy, which affects massive mega infrastructure in the country. Now, there are things that business can do, and the state must be capable. And your example of COVID-19 is interesting because I often say to people, COVID-19 introduced mutual vulnerability. The CEO could get COVID as much as the cleaner could get COVID. And the CEO could die quicker than the cleaner because the CEO maybe has comorbidities. In solving socio-economic problems in an unequal society, there's no mutual vulnerability. Mutual vulnerability in all this discussion that resonated in the country for the last 5 to 10 years we just can't imagine ourselves out of it. We know what the crisis point, and I think Michael is assisting a bit with talking about the need to redistribute assets rather than income. But Michael, the last point I will pose before the good professor shuts me down is if census tells us 0.5 million adults do not have electricity, what does that mean for in reality?
And goes fourth question. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Maria Lucas. Just allow me just to say something. I went to see the president, just a meeting, the former president, and patiently they tried to explain me about this event, because I'm just arriving. And I think, or at least the foundation, to come and see what's happening in this room, so that we can replicate this event.
port of Maputo. And that causes enormous backlog. And by the way, you won't only find it there, you'll also find it in a few other key places. So we've got to fix the port of Durban. And you've had the audience, you'll have heard the public remarks by my colleague responsible for this, that we accept that we've got to be able basically to have a completely different model, logistics with much greater public-private partnerships and improving the port thing. The second part of it, even if we fix that, we're still going to have a challenge at the Mozambique border post because the AFC-FTA is going to redirect traffic north. Up to now, we followed the traditional pattern. Traffic is gone. Now we are moving towards intra-regional trade. And that means we've launched now this border management agency that is going to be taking charge of getting a complete upgrade in the infrastructure. I'm going to skip the questions around state capacity because I can see we're going to have a time challenge. But let me make this point about COVID and vulnerability. When COVID hit South Africa, at the time, the scientific knowledge about the impact of the virus was very levels of comorbidity among poor communities, enormous levels of comorbidity among poor communities. You had high levels of HIV/AIDS, tuberculosis, and at the time, the challenge was framed by scientists as a challenge that hits the respiratory system. You can recall how everybody was really about ventilators. And so we did a sharp lockdown than many other countries did. And you saw it in the data that Michael and JP has put up of what the effect of that was. But it's interesting to stand back now and to see that if you look at the mortality rate, the number of people per million in the population who died as a result of COVID, South Africa's rate is half that of the United States and the UK and Brazil. And we lost 100,000 people. You can imagine, given all the challenges we faced, history will have to make that judgment call on whether it was too harsh. But those were the circumstances that led us to think that we needed to do that harsh one.
There was a question directed to you, Fundi, about money being all over the place.
So on the money that is circulating in the system, it still is a substantial amount of cash that is circulating in the system in South Africa. In January this year, about 100 billion rands were in circulation in the system. So what we are seeking to do as the Reserve Bank is what I touched on earlier. If you were to improve the payments mechanism, that would assist. But you need to have trust in the public. There are dynamics, of course, we are still bruised, some of us, having lived in the early 2000s, where some banks went under. So there are people that are still skeptical about having too much of their money there. We have also had some recent bank failures, so we've got to fix that part. Secondly, we've got to make payments accessible, meaning opening up to different players, not only banks, but also non-banks, so that the product designs talk to the needs of the people. I spoke about PaySharp earlier, which is about a near cash payment. So you need to build, lots of work is happening in the background, and that is part of the intent, to bring all of the cash into the fold. We can then account for what the cash is doing. We know that some of the cash in circulation contributes to illicit activity, which is part of the reason why we're on the FATF grey list. I won't go there. Before the program director chases me away, I think that there's a lot of conversations we ought to have around cash, around inclusion also in the system. Thanks.
Thank you. So I'm going to have to apologize and not allow you to answer some of the questions. I'm afraid we are pressed for time. Thank you very much for your time, and let's give them a round of applause, please. You can step down. We now are calling upon our respondents. 3 respondents, please come up to the podium. I know we're rushing for lunch. We're all hungry. But let's get these 3 remarks from Mr. Tsepo Ashwele, Chairman and founder of Levasha Investment Group and Chairman of Ana Holdings. Please come up if you're here. Professor Aaron Ransberg, Chairperson of SA National Commission of UNESCO, former Vice Chancellor of the Great University of Johannesburg. We had another VC from the Great University of Johannesburg here earlier. From not so great University of Pretoria, Siyabulela now. Dr. Okay. Dr. Stembilambete from okay. Dr. Stembilambete from University of Pretoria. Program. So don't say nah program. So we'll start with you, Tsepo. The program here has you speaking for like 15 minutes, meaning 555. So, maybe 7 minutes, just so that you don't hate me too much. 7 minutes each, please, respondents. Thank you.
I'll do 5 for you. Okay. Thank you, Mr. President, and Sis Gugu. Since there's not much, maybe start with what Minister Patel sort of like started with the size on a lot of the time, saying that like the continent, I think when you look at what the size of the continent was to the rest of the world, in 2007 it was 2%. And South Africa used to be 2% of that. South Africa used to be, 25% of that. And in 2007, you needed Nigeria, Algeria, and I think Kenya or Ghana. Kenya or 2 ago, South Africa was number 2. We almost slipped to number 3, number 1 again. Because I think but I think that shows you the challenges that we sort of like had, I think, as South Africa. The challenges that we sort of like had, I think, as South Africa, in terms of like the growth and what we needed to sort of like go through. But I think the issues of our competitiveness, and that needs to be addressed, and the issues of infrastructure go a long way towards showing what happens between 2007 and 2003, and the issues that we need to address as a country and as a continent in that regard, and issues of statistics. About 13% of the world sort of like number of people. We also like fish around the 2% sort of like number into like capital that comes to the continent. But worse, we are more worse off because like I think in terms of what we get charged, it's in excess of like what we get charged. Like it's much more than what anybody else gets sort of like charged, because we are perceived from a narrative point of view. Somebody talked about that as a much more risky place to do business. So that doesn't help. What makes it also worse is it seems to be bringing our own also like capital to the party, because I think if I were to talk from a South African point of view, is our capital on capital would say no. I'd say we must have a bit of a debate about to what extent is capital coming to the party in terms of like participating to some of that. And I think the minister also talked about urbanization. We should, I think, embrace that. If you look at embracing urbanization, is going to need all that infrastructure we talked about. Electrification, technology issues, we're going to need the connection issues on the transport side. But I think when we talk about on the electricity side of things, perhaps South Africa even has an opportunity in that regard. If you look at what happened on the telephony side, the rest of the continent jumped the whole, fixed line development and went straight to the whole mobile, and now you have a whole generation that doesn't know a fixed line, history and how that works. But what that has also spurred on is a whole technology in terms of banking and payment systems, and if you look at what's happening in East Africa, how that has developed. I think in energy and power, perhaps should lead some venture capital, so address how maybe can we start addressing our jumping maybe this whole sort of power straight to the consumer stage, whereby we can get some innovative solutions to address our power issues. Maybe we might jump a whole development stage within the power to people sort of stage, the issues of commercial equity, maybe which I will maybe touch on when I maybe address the issue of Adrian in terms of when he talked about the issue of capital and that. And we talked about the issue of critical minerals that we have, the whole continent. The whole continent, I think, for me, represents a sad story, because it's like having a whole piece of land but not realizing its true value. And somebody else coming in and so realizing all that value and walking away with the continent that presents. And South Africa also is part of how on the public sector side, individuals who can be able to realize and negotiate value for money on behalf of the populace of South Africa. And on the narrative side of things, Minister, I think we do have a very noisy democracy. But besides a very pessimistic sort of narrative that we have and a very noisy democracy, I think, I don't know whether maybe Black Twitter was sort of developed in South Africa or not, but we do have that sort of environment wherein, I think you do have hired commentators in this environment, which doesn't help in trying to develop a very cohesive and society in terms of what we're trying to build. But that then brings me to Adrian's sort of comments and some of the things he was referring to. And he talked about self-employment and capital. But I think we do have an issue of capital scarcity, and which needs to be seriously addressed. I don't think South Africa has a problem of capital. Our pension savings, our life savings, South Africa is in excess of $160 billion, not rands, of savings. But imagine if just $20 billion of those savings were used to finance small and medium businesses, how far that would go in terms of addressing a whole wave of businesses which can create jobs of that self-employment, and how many jobs can be created in that regard. And then the new wave of investment, it's true. Capital won't invest unless there's confidence. That is very true. Entrepreneurs and capital, and we need to be able to spread that. But I do not think that capital in South Africa is taking a long-term bet on the continent. And I think that's where we need to also address the issue of commercial equity, which also perhaps touches on some of the issues which perhaps Professor Michael Sachs talked about. And you're only going to get to commercial equity until you address the issues of the inequality which he addressed. And I thoroughly agree with him on the issues of addressing some of the redistribution of, I'd say maybe he talks about redistribution of assets. I'd talk about also perhaps also creating an environment where there's access is really much improved for everybody. And we're not going to address issues of poverty unless we also address issues of access to capital, and we're not going to address issues of people being able to exploit that land, being able to address issues of real estate, being able to address issues of agriculture and business and all those sort of issues. So from that point of view, I think in as much as we need the public sector to do something, We also need, I think, the private sector, which is very much on the other side of things, to come to the party in that regard. And on the commercial equity side, to the extent that private capital can also come to the party and partner on the public-private partnership side, whereby you can then address the issues of infrastructure, because there's no way we're going to, as a country, start being competitive unless our infrastructure is in place. There's no way we'll be able to sort of start having those jobs creations unless we have fixed capital, investment being addressed in a country. And until that is done, we can't talk positively about confidence being created. And then, until we have those things being done, I think it's going to be very easy to create quick wins and confidence and everything. And then you then start creating that positive narrative that you need to start having, which then starts getting everybody involved. But everybody being involved means also addressing the commission. I will drop it there.
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremonies. Shall I say my homeboy from Gqeberha. Thank you very much. Comrade Kgalema Motlanthe is Google. Shall I say my homeboy from Gqeberha. Thank you very much. Comrade Kgalema Motlanthe is Google. The trustees of the Kgalema Motlanthe Foundation, Excellencies, Minister, colleagues, and friends. Allow me first to congratulate our esteemed speakers and excellencies on the panel for your thoughtful and challenging contributions to our Inclusive Growth Forum dialogue. Hopefully this is the beginning of more sparks being generated in the upcoming conversations. A few observations and then some questions for us to continue to ponder. It's self-evident that we are observing, and it's helpful for us to have a long view. 10,000 years shifting sands of geopolitics, economics, and militarism, at times sophisticated, at other times more direct expressions of narrow self-interest-led internationalism. Cold War unipolar world, as we have learned in the many conversations, a multipolar world with its risks and benefits. And from multilateralism, I suggest to unilateralism, in which international like states, and no longer only in regard to the UN Security Council, the UN General Assembly, and its 30-odd entities, but most starkly in the instance of the trade domain, the WTO and GATT, but also within the domain of global justice. Just consider the work of the ICC, the ILO, and the UNHCR. These immediately would come to mind. Self-evidently, there is an ever-growing and far more direct linkage between the narrow geopolitical interests of the superpowers. These immediately would come to mind. Self-evidently, there is an ever-growing and far more direct linkage between the narrow geopolitical interests of the superpowers and the economic interests, such as conditional access to their large domestic markets, with a focus on achieving favorable conditional access to very high-tech inputs into critical value chains. I think the whole drama around Huawei comes to mind. Conditional access to critical life-saving medicines, COVID-19 comes to mind, across to road-like conduct in implementing economic sanctions against state actors and global multinational corporations. And this is increasingly predetermined by whether one, in practice and not only symbolically, and whether one confirms to and articulates their worldviews within and of the UN and the Bretton Woods institutions, a phenomenon which Minister Patel has in part referred to friend trading. Significant consequences of these evolving, emergent, and global overarching systemic framing events
That is for multilateralism and global free trade on the, with more to come as existing and new geopolitical flashpoints unfold, and to other regional flashpoints in the near future. With, shall I add, a veritable new scramble for Africa, accompanying this human tragedy drama, in which all nations are being called upon to state their own national interests with the world views of the superpowers. Indeed, nation states are increasingly being pushed to literally having to sing for their supper, for the era of free lunches, we're told, are passing. In all of this strategic and tactical global contest, conflict, and collaboration, ultimately, we're challenged to connect the dots of trade and commerce. That is the sum total of our economic activity, including our financial conduct, national and international payment systems, attitudes and responses to corruption, the capacity of the state and its SOEs, the robust and independent role of the Reserve Bank, the capacity, the ambition, and the drive of the private sector. We heard earlier our colleague respondent asking questions about the appetite of capital, transport logistics, as we've heard, energy availability, and the Africa Free Trade Agreement, BRICS+6, the Belt and Road Initiative, and so on, connecting all of these and of transformation. In regard to the multiple overlapping and fast-moving global and domestic shocks, such as climate change, El Niño, historic floods, COVID-19, electricity availability that we're experiencing, it seems imperative that we invest far more effort into learning from these and growing our resilience in order to bounce forward from present and future shocks. So then I suggest 3 questions could preoccupy all of us. Firstly, how can our rhetoric and our self-evident busyness, or as others might correctly or incorrectly call our dithering, how can these actions actually shift us from a flatlined economy to one of dynamic, sustained, and inclusive growth, and in turn undo the self-evident Mount Everest scale of unemployment and human suffering? So can we connect the dots? When we demonstrate that we are busy, that there's considerable range of activities that are happening, can we connect those ultimately to the real question about a flatlined economy of a Mount Everest scale of unemployment and human suffering? Secondly, how can our busyness catalyze the next stage of a far more substantive, far deeper social, economic, political, cultural, scientific, and intellectual freedom and justice that is humanizing, that's imaginative, that's thoughtful, that's hopeful, that's optimistic, that's transformative, and that's energizing? And thirdly, how can our busyness change the human condition of the poorest amongst us, the most excluded amongst us, the most invisible amongst us, of their education and training participation and outcomes, of their unemployment and self-evident misery, of their food, housing, health, water, and energy poverty, which are the real indicators of progress, of success, of failure. Finally, Professor, it is self-evident, as we were reminded by our patron last night, that the next part of our journey, the objective of which is to fundamentally and sustainably nurture an inclusive, liberatory, and humanizing experience, must begin with intentionality, with deliberateness, with a supreme clarity of vision and purpose that connects, in my world, the dots. For we can no longer look busy, dither, blunder, ramble, or bumble our way through our high-risk and high-cost, dehumanizing tragedy drama. And in this regard, the efforts of business working with government to tackle the 3 critical areas of transport and logistics value chain, the energy sector, and crime and corruption is a great start to get functionality, basic functionality back. Now, then, let us mobilize the imagination and enable and energize our citizens together to build a far better and humanizing future. There's got to be top-down and bottom-up at the same time. Thank you very much.
Hello, former President Motlanthe, Mamgugu, Minister Patel, all dignitaries who are here today, my friends at the back. It's a pleasure to speak to you, and I know that I'm the one standing between you and lunch, and I don't actually have much to say. I want to say one thing that's not related to everything else I'm going to say, which is that I think that the Deputy Governor of the Reserve Bank gave a masterclass in public service. She accepted her authority. She didn't stand up here and speak as an analyst about what is wrong with the country. She accepted what her authority is and told us what she does with it. And spoke about it in a way that was accessible and understandable. And I wish and I think to the point that was made earlier on today by Professor Chipkin, as we're thinking about reforming public administration, we need to use our successes. And we've got so many centers of excellence, and I think that the Deputy Governor gave us one. I, though, want to speak around the economy and the graphs, the competing graphs of the South African economy over the last 30 years or 50 years, with this focus on the stagnation of the last 10 years. And it struck me that we speak as if we can reset to get back to 2012 and then do things differently from 2012. And I wanted to contextualize that a bit. So I started university in 2003 at UCT. A child born in 2003 is now 20, turned 20 this year, lived 10 years of their life in that growth period and has lived 10 years of their life in that stagnation, in that decline and stagnation. And the 10 years of their life that they've lived in the decline and stagnation is the 10 years of their life that they should have been starting life independently, that they should have been having high school and passing high school well enough to go to university and should be in their second year of university. And we know that the majority didn't get to university. I, on the other hand, in 2003, February of 2003, I was 18 years old and I arrived in Cape Town, having lived 9 years of my life, 10 years of my life in that initial growth period. In the 10 years after that, I went on to do a master's degree. I lived abroad. I started a career that's gotten me here. Because in the 10 years after that, I bought property. In the 10 years after that, I lived in another 10 years of growth. So I started my life, my early childhood in that period of growth, and my becoming an adult, my early adulthood in another period of growth and development. And that's why I can stand here. And so something that we need to ask is, are we developing recovery plans for the country that we actually live in? Or are we developing recovery plans for the country that we were 15 years ago or that we wish we were today? And linked to that, we then need to be connecting these discussions that we're having to the actual lives of South Africans, to the people in the actual communities. Just if we drive out down the driveway and out of this gate, how do those people that are there relate to the conversations that have been happening up here. And there's three things that I want to say about that. The first is that Professor Landman said something really important, which is that our demography demands urgency. Who are we excluding in these conversations that we are having about exclusion? Stats SA in the latest census says that South Africa has 60.6 million people. 42,723,335 of those people are under the age of 40. That is 70.5% of the population. The average South African is 27. How many people in this room are 27? Where are they? In Q2 of 2023, youth unemployment in South Africa was 60.7%. For context, the protests in Tunisia that sparked the Arab Spring started when the youth unemployment rate got to 28%. People always say we're long overdue our Arab Spring. South Africa has an Arab Spring every day. This country is burning. There are multiple protests a day. The municipal IQ ones, which is protests that are mentioned in the media, if you go by the police's statistics of how many protests they've been called to, between July and November last year, the police were called to about 2,200 protests across the country. The country is burning. It's just that we all live in places where we don't have to smell the smoke. The second thing is that our social crises then are based on this exclusion. Yesterday, Prof. Masego spoke about the robots being dismantled and people stealing the robots in Johannesburg. Who is stealing that copper wire? It's young men who don't have work. This is work. And so, yes, it is great that we want to rebuild the infrastructure. What are you going to do for them when they can't dismantle the infrastructure? But when we're thinking about who is dismantling the infrastructure, what are you going to do for them when they can't dismantle the infrastructure? What all boats? But in the meanwhile, if I can't sell copper wire, what am I eating tonight? Tide lifts all boats. But in the meanwhile, if I can't sell copper wire, what am I eating tonight? What am I eating tonight? And we need to answer that question while we answer the questions about the long-term infrastructure and organized crime and all the rest of it. And as we talk about this employed in South Africa, the majority of them are casual laborers. It's contract seasonal work, it's labor broker employees. So when you say that you're going to be compacting with labor, what labor are you actually compacting with? COSATU doesn't represent labor. It does not represent the majority of people. How are you finding those people? And how are you helping them organize? And then a final thing I really want to highlight, what Michael Sachs said, or the quote, the Goran Thurbin quote, about inequality as a socio-cultural order. I am categorized in South African standards as upper middle class. I grew up privileged. I was born at the right time to the right parents. I went to the right schools. Meds that Stavros sells, because you cannot live ethically as an upper middle class person in this country and not be depressed or anxious. It is a moral failing. If you are us in this room and you aren't anxious, because we shouldn't be, we should not be comfortable. And so the dysfunction, the core socio-cultural dysfunction of this country urgently, that's the crisis. And that's what we need. Everything must be mobilizing around how do we this rot at our core, because it's going to rot. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much to our respondents. Finished right in time for our late lunch. We're always going to have a late lunch. Yes, let's break for lunch. We meant to have lunch for an hour. Perhaps we could keep it to 45 minutes, maybe. Same place where we had dinner, and let's come back in about 45 minutes. Thank you to our panelists. Yes.